Welcome to 12 Page Investigative.
In the shadows where the truth hides deep, echoes of the lost and the secrets they keep. Cold cases burn in the back of your mind. We dig through the dark, one clue at a time. This ain't fiction, this is blood, this is truth. 12 Page Investigative, justice uncaged. We ask the questions they're too scared to say, shining a light where the guilty pray. From killers to whispers, we won't look away.
All right. Welcome back. Tuesday night. Let's get into this. New documents that just dropped. We're going to talk about it. It's about the continued delay in the Brian Kohberger case. So I want to know, before we start, how everybody's doing out there. Like I said earlier, you know what? It's been storming here like crazy. Not only is it still storming, but I'm on call tonight, so the rest of the weekend, anyways. So no telling, the electricity might go out at any time. So if that happens, you've been warned. Anyways, welcome to the subs in the chat. Thank you so much for being here. So let's go ahead and get started with this. It is 21 pages long. 21 pages. What is y'all's, before I even start this, what do y'all think about the delay in this case? Do you think that, yeah, I did see it. Did you think that a delay is necessary for the defense, or do you believe that we've been waiting around too long and we need to get on with this case? What do y'all think? Tell me in the chat what y'all think. Y'all believe that we need to get on with this and get the trial going, or we've just waited too long already? What do y'all think? I'm all ears. Let me go ahead and load this up while you're talking about that. Now, let's get it on. Let's get it going, right? Haven't we waited too long already? I mean, as I saw earlier, he was arrested in 2022, right? He was arrested in 2022. And the defense is still claiming that they need more time. They need more time. What do y'all think about that? You think that's we should give them more time, or do you think, you've had enough time? Let's get this stuff going. Let's get this on the road. I believe they've had enough time, and I believe that they should already be prepared. Isn't that what professionals do? They prepare and then they execute. Like I said, most people are enthralled at Ann Taylor. I don't think she's anything special myself. She should be able to be at the level that most attorneys would already be ready to go to trial. Hell, they don't even have a good alibi. You know what I mean? So let's go ahead and begin. It says, state's opposition to defendant's motion to continue. It says, come now, the state of Idaho, by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney, submit the following opposition to defendant's motion to continue. Introduction. It is time to try this case. Defendant was arrested in late December of 2022 and was indicted in May of 2023. So this is the state opposition, right? He successfully moved to transfer venue to Ada County in October 2024. This court entered its scheduling order setting deadlines for pretrial motion and expert disclosures. The defendant complied with those deadlines without moving for a continuance, including by disclosing 6 expert reports for the penalty phase, disclosing over 2,100 pages of purported mitigation materials, listing 55 penalty phase witnesses and identifying 132 exhibits he may introduce during the penalty phase of trial. So they've been able to do all that. But for whatever reason, they still need more time. Hey, Common Sense, how you doing? So let me continue on. It says, but now, after all discovery deadlines have passed and after the court conducted the pretrial conference, defendant seeks a trial continuance of unspecified length. He bases his request on his claim that his mitigation investigation is incomplete. While state is unable to see whether the defendant's ex parte filing to the court continues specifics, his motion does not. Defendant has not shared what new evidentiary material he seeks to obtain or how additional investigation will actually produce them. Overall, the record before the court shows that defendant's investigation has already plowed the necessary ground. So he continues to watch this trial in the upcoming, and he still wants continuances. What do y'all think about that? Yeah, that was pretty appalling, wasn't it? It got worse over there on his channel. Um, while the defendant is fully entitled to the due process, this court should exercise its broad directions and deny the defendant's 11th hour motion. First, defendant cannot show good cause or prejudice. Even under the heightened not binding ABA standard he seeks to impose on the court, his counsel's resources in the investigation to date have been adequate, even setting aside the defense team still has more time to prepare its mitigation case. Moreover, Idaho's Constitution also grants the victim the right to a timely disposition of this case. The court should give these victims' right substantial weight in considering the motion. Finally, while the publicity surrounding this trial is a challenge, the defendant has not shown and cannot show that continuing this trial will make things any easier. It is just as likely that delay will make it harder to seat a jury. Let me hear from you. Do you believe that the longer we make this go, the easier it's going to be to seat a jury? Or do you believe that the longer it goes, the harder it's going to be to seat a jury? Tell me what y'all think in the chat. I really want to know your position on this because this is the state's opposition. Tell me what you think. It's interesting to me that they want why they want more time. It's interesting why they want more time. They've had all this time, as we've discussed in the past. They have, we have went over documents that accuse the state of having an unlevel advantage over the defense because the defense didn't turn over the discovery in a sense where the Brady violations were in order, everything was out of order, and they were not happy about it. It's been one thing after the other. We can't do this. We can't keep going because we got to take these words out. We got to take this out. We got to take that out. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But let me go on. For all these reasons, the court should deny defendant's motion. The procedural and factual background. So let's listen to what the procedural and the factual background. And a lot of people will say, well, this is important, but this is important because it's procedural, which means that everything that's put in here in black and white, it's not fabricated, it's not made up. It is what it is. Defendant was appointed his lead counsel in December 2022. In March of 2023, a second attorney was appointed to represent him. Then in February of this year, a third attorney was appointed to the defense team. The first district public defender has also been participating in the defense. In addition to his lawyers and their staff, defendant has two experienced investigators and a mitigation specialist working on his behalf. In January 2024, the defendant moved for a change of venue from Latah County due to the publicity surrounding the case and the size of Latah County. His motion was granted, and the case was moved to Ada County. On October 9, 2024, this court issued the operative scheduling order that continued deadlines for motions, expert foreclosures, and pretrial filings. So this is showing you that the defense has been able to have all these attorneys and all these investigators and all these people, and still they say we need more time. In January 2024, the defendant moved for a change of venue from Latah County due to the publicity surrounding the case and the size of Latah County. His motion was granted, and the case was moved to Ada County. On October 9, 2024, this court issued the operative scheduling order that contained deadlines for motions, expert disclosures, and pretrial filings. More recently, at the pretrial motions hearing on April 9, 2025, the court advised defendant's counsel to ask for more resources if the defense team needed assistance reviewing discovery. The state did not know if this occurred. Throughout the case, the defendant has been able to comply with the deadlines in the scheduling order. Pertinent to the instant motion, defendant has, on January 23, 2025, made his guilt phase expert disclosures consisting of reports from 16 experts, including a psychologist who conducted a mental health examination of the defendant, Dr. Orr, and a forensic psychiatrist who researched his life history, Dr. Ryan. On March 3rd, 2025, supplemented his guilt phase expert disclosures with reports from two additional experts. So he's able to meet these deadlines, but they still need more time. Talk to me about that, chat. Y'all are having a great discussion. What do y'all think about him being able to meet this, but still needing more time? As of June 2025, had disclosed in discovery over 2,500 photos and videos, over 3,500 pages of investigative materials, and many megabytes of electronic data related to the guilt phase. On March 31st, 2025, made his penalty phase expert disclosures, consisting of amended reports from Dr. Orr and Dr. Bryan, respectively, plus reports from 4 additional experts, 3 of whom are behavioral health neurology professionals, and as of June 2025, had disclosed approximately 2,100 pages of purported mitigation materials and identified 55 defense witnesses and 132 defense exhibits for potential use during the penalty phase in this case. The defendant also opposed the state's motion for examination of defendant pursuant to Idaho Code 18-207 and for an extension of time to complete rebuttal penalty phase. Expert disclosures argued May 5th, 2025. At that time, the defendant did not preview for the state or the court that he would seek a trial continuance, and the court denied the state's request for personality testing by its expert, in part because the pending trial date conflicted with the time that would be necessary to explore that issue. So the court denied the state to have a personality testing by its own expert because that would conflict with the time that would be necessary to explore that issue. But at no time did the defendant say anything about a continuance at that point. The legal background: trial judges necessarily require a great deal of latitude in scheduling trials. State versus Cagle. These are the law background, legal background. So this is going to go all through and tell you exactly, based on the law and based on these cases, these are what they're citing need to be looked at, because these are the cases in which many of the rebuttal has been taking place. In exercising their direct discretion, trial courts are also guided by the Victim's Right Amendment for the Idaho Constitution and Idaho Code. Both provisions entitle victim to a timely disposition of the case. Section 19-5306 expressly provides that this right shall apply equally to the immediate families of the homicide victim. So not only does the defendant have the right, the families have the right for a trial to be in a timely manner. It works both ways. Not only should the defendant state that he needs time, well, the family should have this trial in a timely manner themselves. And here's the argument. Defendant couches his motion in terms of his constitutional right to due process, to effective assistance of counsel, to an individualized sentencing determination, and to a fair trial in light of intense media coverage. Let me ask you, chat, do you believe that up to this point, this man has gotten a fair trial up to this point? Has there been anything other than the Dateline crap? And that has not even been brought out, that was even remotely affecting anything that wasn't already going to be talked about in trial. Do you believe that this man has not had a fair trial or a fair journey up to the trial, up to this part? Okay. Bullet says, yes, he has gotten more than a fair shake so far. For sure, more than fair. So that's always been the argument. Always been the argument. We want to make sure he gets a fair trial. About as fair can get. He should have thought about the repercussions. If anything, the victims haven't seen the same decency. I agree with you. Rondi said yes. Because there's a reason why they keep stalling. If he was as innocent as they say, do you not believe that this man would be wanting? I mean, he waived a speedy trial for a reason, but many don't see that. They don't see that. If you were innocent, would you have done the speedy trial? Let's talk about what's fair for the victims. Amen. Do you believe that if you were innocent, you would have done the speedy trial? Would you have said, I'm going to waive my speedy trial? Or would you have said, let's get this going? Let's get this going. I'm innocent, so let's get this trial going. Let's get everything needed that need to be done. Let's get it going. Because I need to show the world that I'm innocent of these charges. He'd probably been better off taking the speedy trial. I agree with you. He would be out and not sitting in jail for 2.5 years if he was a credible alibi or alternative suspect. Get the show on the road. Okay, here's the argument. Okay? But he has not demonstrated these rights, which must be evaluated alongside the victim's rights, and the overall administration of justice will be violated if the case proceeds as currently scheduled. For the reason discussed below, the court should deny his motion. I agree. The court should exercise its discretion to deny the defendant's motion because he's not shown good cause for a continuance or that he will be prejudiced at the trial. The court should deny defendant's motion because he cannot show good cause or potential prejudice. You know, potential prejudice means that you believe that if certain procedural aspects do not go unchallenged, or let's say that the jury selection, you believe there's going to be prejudice in that, then you're going to fight to say, well, I can't have a fair jury because of the Dateline episode. I can't have a fair trial because y'all didn't hand over the discovery right. I can't have a fair trial because of this or that and the other. You know, all these other high profile cases have moved on with publicity, with jury selections, and they're still able to give the defendant a fair trial. Diddy, Karen Reed, Lori Vallow, the Delphi person, Richard Allen, um, the Gilgo Beach guy. All these people are potentially having a trial, and this dude feels that he cannot have a fair trial. What else does he need to say that it's not going to be a fair trial? He knew he was in the neighborhood a million times. He knew he touched a knife cheese. He knew he had trouble events with female, trouble at the school, and drove a white Elantra. Hello, I haven't heard this yet. Give it to me. For sure, as long as he's waiting for trial, he gets to participate in the defense and stay out of the penitentiary. Very good points. Procedurally, he did not explain why he waited to seek a continuance until after discovery closed. Expert disclosure deadline passed, and a pretrial conference happened. He should have done that way before any of those things. Substantively, he ignored Idaho Supreme Court death penalty precedent, holding that counsel is not required to investigate a defendant's entire life before he can be tried or sentenced. Did you hear that? The Idaho Supreme Court holding that counsel is not required, goodness, not required to investigate a defendant's entire life before he can be tried or sentenced. State versus Roe, 955. He neither specifies additional areas for investigation nor explains what concrete investigatory steps will bear new fruit at either the guilt phase or the penalty phase. As such, the defendant's motion amounts to a request for a perpetual continuance so that his counsel can go down every rabbit hole until defendant, rather than the court, deems himself ready for trial. I agree with this statement right here. As such, the defendant's motion, we need to put this everywhere. As such, the defendant's motion amount to the request for a perpetual continuance so that his counsel can go down every rabbit hole until defendant, rather than the court, deems himself ready for trial. So he's going to want to dictate when he's ready for trial, not the court. You get what I'm saying? Brian's wanting to dictate it, not allow the court to do the procedure that he needs to do to get this thing going. It's it's interesting to say to say the least. The law required no such thing. Mahaffey versus Page, 151. Vacated in part by 162 F3D 481. A reasonable investigation does not mandate a scorch the earth strategy, a requirement that would fail to consider the limited time and resources that defense lawyers have in preparing for sentencing hearing. The court should deny the motion because defendant's team has had the opportunity to prepare and has adequately addressed the issues he claims need more attention. The defendant's motion is ultimately given the procedural posture of this case. The scheduling order granted the parties ample time for trial preparation, and it also set several interim deadlines along the way, including for penalty phase expert disclosures and mitigation disclosures, which is the primary basis for the defendant's motion. The state also understands that the court set the pretrial conference more than 2 months before the trial in order to give the parties sufficient time to prepare for the trial after the discovery closed and pretrial disclosures and motions practice were completed. So they had plenty of time up to before the discovery deadline to say, hey, we need more time. And the first time that we heard about that was at the last hearing. Nina says the document makes him look guilty for the last few pages. Who's in our rabbit hole? I like that. I like that. Thank you for being here, Nina. I don't know if you want to come up. If not, thank you for being in the chat. If defendant was having trouble meeting these deadlines, finding experts, or pursuing red flags, he should have sought a discovery extension or trial continuance long before now. Because they're ready for trial. The pretrial motion was already set forth, and nothing was said, stating that a court should consider a defendant's diligence and the inconvenience to the court and prosecution when reviewing a motion to continue. He did not do so. Instead, the defendant retained over a dozen guilt phase experts, 6 penalty phase experts, a mitigation specialist, and has identified over 2,100 pages of purported mitigation materials. And leading up to the pretrial conference, he exchanged witness lists and exhibits lists with the state without stating that he would need moving for a continuance. So he did this out of the blue. They did this out of the blue. You know what I'm saying? They did not even tell anybody that they were even planning a continuance, and they did. They just dropped the bomb, just like they always do. While the defendant relies on the death is different mantra and argued that extraordinary measures must be taken to protect his rights, he cites no authority for the proposition that reasonable scheduling orders should not be enforced in death penalty cases. Indeed, the defendant recently argued that the state improperly delayed in seeking an extension of time for its rebuttal phase expert disclosures, which is the objection to the state's motion for examination of the defendant pursuant to Idaho Code 18-207, and for an extension of time to complete rebuttal penalty phase expert disclosures filed April 29, 2025. The state has not provided the necessary proof of good cause to warrant an extension of such a significant deadline so close to the trial date. The same principle should apply to him. The defendant's motion is ultimately untimely and weighs in favor of its rejection. Do y'all remember way back when Hitler took over this case and he was saying, I'm wanting to move this either in the summer or at the latest September, okay? And they were arguing at that point, well, September, the defense was saying, well, September would be better. And then they both set up that August would be best. So August it was. And then she kept dropping little hints along the way. Well, I might need a little more time. I might need a little more time. Well, that's not how it works. That's not how any of this works. You have to be able to have motions in place so that continuance can be reviewed by the court way before any of this has taken place. We've already gone almost to the trial. We're at the doorstep of the trial, and they're saying, oh, we need a continuance. The defendant's purported need to conduct additional investigation is unsupported and does not establish prejudice warranting a continuance. Because he's saying he wants additional investigations, but yet does not give any supplemental information to make this additional investigation a rational deal. Like, he's not saying, I need an additional time for this investigation to go look into this, to go look into that. She's always said that I want to go deep into his family history. And as you just saw in the case law, that's not required for a death penalty case. So it all sounds like a stall job. Defendant bases his motion on a claim of insufficient resources and the need to conduct more investigation prior to the trial. But he has not demonstrated that he's being deprived of anything that he seeks. Thus, the defendant claims about the current state of the defense team preparations are matters of speculation and not the type of demonstrable reality needed to support a continuance based on the defendant's constitutional rights. United States, ex rel. Darcy versus Handy, 351 U.S. 454.462, 1956. So it's just a matter of speculation and not any demonstrable reality that's needed to support a continuance based on a defendant's constitutional rights. The defendant's legal resources have been more than adequate. They're about to go over how the defendant's legal experts have been more than adequate. So let's go on with that. Hello, everybody that's coming into the chat. Thank you so much for being here. The defendant has 3 trial attorneys, including a lead attorney who has represented him from day one, 2 investigators, and the assistance of at least 1 additional public defense attorney. He has also engaged an outside mitigation specialist to assist in obtaining materials for use during the penalty phase. This record reflects that his defense team has been working hard for the defendant and, as explained below, has met the professional standard for the defense of a death penalty case. Yet, the defendant still claims that the court is cutting off his review of discovery. Motion 29-31. This is unfounded. The defendant's attorneys have had sufficient time to review discovery and have not established any discovery violation by the state. So that's one of the issues that they're alleging, that he has not had ample time to review discovery. That's what their argument is. She keeps saying, I don't have the time. I don't have the time. We have not went through all the discovery. We have not went through all the discovery. Well, what are they doing? What are they doing? What's taking so long? I know the judge thinks it's come from the DA side, but I wouldn't be surprised if it came from the defense. What are they doing? They say they don't have time. They don't have time. Defendants' attorneys had to have sufficient time to review discovery and have not established any discovery violation by the state. They have been able to identify over 1,000 exhibits and nearly 200 witnesses for trial. Indeed, the court has recently admonished the defendant's counsel to seek additional resources from the resource judge if they needed more assistance to review discovery and prepare for the trial. The defendant has not claimed that he sought more resources and was denied. Neither the size of his legal team nor the need to continue to review discovery form a valid basis for this continuance. So this has been already addressed right here. As we're talking about, I told you about the size of the defense team and the need to continue to review the discovery from a valid basis because they don't have one. The defendant's expert witnesses' resources have been more than adequate. The defendant has been able to retain a large retinue of experts, including 6 reports. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. Got to get something to drink. I'm still here. I'm just pouring it in my cup and then we'll continue on. I don't know why I'm so thirsty. We just had a bout of rain that was unbelievable. I'm very happy that all you guys are here with me tonight. Today has been a very interesting day, to say the least. But we're all here, right? And your boy is back. You know, every time I see your name, Cuff You, I remember the person that we used to have in here. Her name was Fark You. Wonder where she went. Share some of that popcorn. Will do. Do you like it with butter or not? You know, I like my popcorn with cheese and jalapenos. I used to work in a movie theater when I was younger, and that's how I used to eat my popcorn with cheese and jalapenos. There's no better cheese in the world, that melted cheese, than that Rico's cheese. And those jalapenos from Rico's, there's nothing better. Nothing better than that. And I learned that from my first, well, not really my first, but probably my second job. Man, you pour some of that Rico cheese over some popcorn or some jalapeno or some nacho chips, boy, it goes hard in the paint. Yeah, jalapenos, cheese on popcorn, you can't beat it. You can't beat it. All right, let me continue on. Defendant's expert witnesses' resources have been more than adequate. The defendant has been able to retain a large retinue of experts, including six experts focused on mitigation for the penalty phase. Five of these experts are mental health professionals. Both a psychologist and a forensic psychiatrist have examined the defendant on multiple occasions, reviewed his social and medical history, and diagnosed him with autism, OCD, and ADHD. So this is the first time I've heard that he has ADHD. Did y'all know he had ADHD or OCD? I kind of figured about the OCD, but the ADHD, I didn't know about that. Oh, Parmesan on popcorn? I'll have to try that. You know what I mean? It's like, I'll have to try that. But you can't go wrong. You got to get that Rico melted cheese and you got to heat it up where it's just warm. And then you got to get the jalapenos and get you some popcorn. Spread the cheese on it with jalapenos and get you a fork. And it's on. It's on. Collectively, these experts took a deep dive into the defendant's entire life, including by interviewing his family, teachers, co-workers, and even a psychologist who evaluated the defendant as a child. So they went to this extreme to deep dive into his entire life. The extensive investigation by these experts contradict the defendant's claim that he needs more time to complete a social history investigation. How much time do you need, Bri? In the cases he cites, counsel was ineffective for failing to explore mental health conditions or for failing to provide mental health experts with sufficient background information. In contrast here, the defendant's mental health experts have had access to a significant amount of people and materials and have created fulsome histories through their own investigation. The defendant's claim that his team needs to follow up on red flags is also unsubstantiated. Motion 15. In their reports, neither his psychologist nor his forensic psychiatrist indicated they could not render opinions because of unexplored areas. So, this is a step by step as they're calling this for everything he says. They're saying, well, in fact, the forensic psychiatrist concluded that the defendant showed no signs of other serious psychotic disorders. And at a recent hearing, the defendant represented that he would not seek to introduce evidence on his unexplored topic. So he represented that he would not seek to introduce evidence on the red flags. But now he's saying he needs more time to explore these red flags. Tellingly, the defendant did not seek an extension of the penalty phase expert disclosure deadline. The defendants claimed that more expert testimony is needed and speculative and does not identify what new information would be uncovered by further investigation. So, this is not, well, we give you a problem, but we're not going to tell you what we plan on finding in this problem. That's not how law works. If you're going to say, I need more time, you got to be specific as to what you're looking for and how the time frame is going to evaluate what you intend on finding due to the investigative process. This is fatal to the defendant's motion. See Roe 2014 WL 4244-33-6 at 2. Affirming denial of a continuance where it would not have served a useful purpose because counsel sought information based on more or mere speculation. The defendant's counsel's investigation into his life story had been more than adequate, and his reliance on the ABA guidelines is misplaced. There is no authority to support the defendant's desire for more time to conduct a scorched earth life history investigation. That's what we need to make a bumper sticker. Enough with the scorched the earth life history investigation. Let's get on with it. The courts recognize that all the cases, including death penalty cases, are constrained by limited time and resources. We understand that. They take time. But you've had since 2022 to get this going. It's almost 2026. And there are the case studies right there. Vacated on other grounds, we have never held that counsel has a duty to uncover every aspect of a defendant's past and to present all evidence that might bolster a defendant's mitigation case. Rather, the trial counsel's resources are limited, and the strategic decision to emphasize certain aspects of a defendant's background at the expense of investigating others is both reasonable and wholly acceptable. Faced with this authority, defendant turns to straw man arguments and non-binding guidelines to conjure alleged prejudice. If you don't know what a straw man argument is, I'm going to tell you. It's a logical fallacy where someone misrepresents their opponent's argument by oversimplifying or exaggerating it. They refute the distorted version rather than the original claim. This fallacy is essentially a flawed way of arguing because it doesn't engage with the actual argument being made, but instead attacks a fabricated version. It's kind of like not focusing on the murder that happened, but focusing on everything but. You get what I'm saying? It's like, well, I want to talk about what Maddie ate before she got killed. Or I want to talk about what Kaylee was thinking before this, that, and the other. Instead of focusing on the fact that they were murdered. And you continued, that's straw man. You continued to be fixated on these other areas. I'm jealous about the rain. It's been hot here. I'm not a fan of the heat unless I'm in the water. I agree with you 100,000,000%. You know what sucks though? After the rain comes the mosquitoes. You know? Yeah, we've gotten a lot of rain too. So, faced with this authority, the defendant turns to straw man, like I said. But there is no danger of that here. Starting the trial instead of allowing defendant to pursue a mitigation investigation with no end in sight does not amount to denying him the right to present a constitutionally adequate mitigation case. It's not, I mean, he's making it sound like he has all the time in the world to investigate and get this going. Well, if he was doing his own investigations and stuff like that, then it might be understandable. But he has a team of attorneys and even a DNA lawyer, you know? In any event, the current issue before the court is a request for a continuance, not the admissibility of mitigation evidence or the performance of counsel. The court decision remains a matter of discretion. And then they give you some more law cases where they are basing their position. To demonstrate that the state court's rejection of a continuance was objectively unreasonable, Home versus Kirkgard, finding that the trial court denial of a last-minute continuance did not violate the defendant's rights. The court will be well within its discretion to bring this case to trial after 2 years and an already robust defense investigation. They haven't even told us the alibi. I mean, is that not on the checkoff list? Like, they haven't gotten to that point yet? Have they not gotten to that point? We haven't gotten to the alibi yet. We're still on the mitigation evidence, so we'll get there. Affirming the decision to deny a motion for a continuance where the trial court cited the overall length of the case and interest of the victims and the mitigation investigation done to prior counsel. Second, the defendant relies on the ABA guidelines for an appointment and performance of defense counsel in death penalty proceedings to list all the things that his counsel needs to accomplish. This exercise is meritless as a matter of law and of fact. As to the law, the Idaho Supreme Court had declined an invitation to adopt these guidelines. Case law, State versus Porter. Repudiating the guidelines in the context of post-conviction discovery and rejecting a claim that heightened procedural safeguards should be employed by the discovery in capital cases, Eichmann versus State, recognizing that failing to comply with ABA guidelines is not ineffective assistance to counsel per se. For its part, the United States Supreme Court has ruled the ABA guidelines are just only guides. Case law, Strickland versus Washington. Beyond the general requirement of reasonableness, specific guidelines are not appropriate. As a factual matter, even if the court looked to the ABA guideline, the record reveals that the defendant's counsel has complied with them. Table 1 and Table 2 attach to this brief cross-reference the list of tasks the defendant sets forth from the ABA guidelines with the actual record in this case. The results show that the appellate court will be exceedingly hard-pressed to rely on the ABA guidelines or any other basis to find the defendant has suffered prejudice if trial proceeds as scheduled. So what they're saying is that we continue the trial as it's supposed to be, and he is found guilty. The appellate court is not going to look at this and say he was denied adequate time because of this or because of that. Because you know darn well if he's found guilty by the jury of his peers, he's going to, automatically go to the appellate court. Automatically. And it's going to be justified that he got what he needed as far as time's concerned and everything else relating to this criminal case. He keeps stretching this out more and more and more. And for what? I just don't understand it. I don't understand it one bit. I don't get why they continue to go on and on with this merry-go-round. Give me your thoughts. What do y'all think? It is annoying. It is annoying. It also shows that extending the defendant's mitigation investigation will not serve a useful purpose because at this point, any new information counsel hopes to find is based on mere speculation. The defendant's ex parte filing should not cause the court to grant his motion. The defendant filed ex parte an additional document that purports to outline what new evidence he might seek and what strategies or tactics he might use to obtain such evidence. Initially, the court expressed skepticism that the defense motion was properly filed ex parte and ordered the defendant to provide a redacted copy of his filing to the state for it to address in this response. The defendant then objected to that order, and the state now understands that the court had decided not to require disclosure of the ex parte filing. While the state did not concede that the defendant had valid grounds for its objection, it will not address this objection given the court's decision. The state, however, does request that if the court has identified a basis in the ex parte filing to grant defendant's motion that the court allow the state to respond to that particular issue. Regardless of the ex parte filing, the court should deny defendant's motion because of the resources he had at his disposal and the significant work already done to support his mitigation case. The Idaho Constitution Victims' Right Amendment is another basis to deny this defendant's motion. While defendant's reasons for a continuance are unpersuasive, there's another reason to deny this motion. The victims in this case, excluding the immediate family members of the homicide victims, have a right under the Idaho Constitution and the Idaho Code to the timely disposition of this case. Given that it has been nearly 2.5 years since defendant's arrest, the victims' rights and their desire for justice weigh in favor of proceeding to trial as scheduled. While the term timely disposition is not defined, it must mean that at some point a trial court can decide that the administration of justice outweighs the defendant's desire to continue preparing his defense. So, did you hear that? At one point, the court can adhere that the defendant's desire to continue preparing his defense is not more important than the victim's administration of justice. That is one of the purposes of the Idaho Victims' Rights Amendment, and is consistent with Idaho cases requiring a defendant to show actual prejudice in order to successfully challenge a decision to deny a motion to continue. In his motion, the defendant cites many cases where counsel failed to adequately prepare for a trial or sentencing, but he cites no case where a court found that over 2 years was inadequate amount of time to prepare. Nor could he. He concedes that the Sixth Amendment only means that a defendant is entitled to a reasonable period of time before trial during which counsel might prepare the defense. While he appears to want unlimited time, the defendant has already had a reasonable amount of time to prepare, as demonstrated by the substantial quantity of evidence his attorneys has amassed. Against this backdrop, the court can properly rely on the victim's constitutional rights as a basis to deny his motion. So if this gets denied, chances are it's going to be denied based on the victim's inability to have the timely trial because the defendant is not given an unlimited amount of time to present or prepare for their case. He's had 2.5 years. Despite intense publicity, the court should exercise its discretion to deny the defendant's motion and proceed to trial using its carefully planned jury selection process. So now we're going to talk about the jury process. There is no doubt that the publicity surrounding this case, including but not limited to a recent Dateline TV show containing non-public evidence, poses challenges for the court and both parties. The state reaffirmed its commitment to comply with the court's non-dissemination order, to do everything in its power to prevent leaks, and to assist in determining which person or persons provided non-public information to Dateline. However, the defendant's reliance on the Dateline episode to support his motion is misplaced for several reasons. So let's hear why they're going to use this Dateline episode and why it's not placed in accordance, okay? First, the question of whether defendant can receive a fair trial is not answered by the amount of and nature of pretrial publicity. Rather, it depends on whether a fair and impartial jury can be seated. As the United States Supreme Court has said, to hold that mere existence of any preconceived notion as to the guilt or innocence of the accused without more is sufficient to rebut the presumption of a prospective juror's impartiality would be to establish an impossible standard. It is sufficient if the juror can lay aside his impression or opinion and render a verdict based on the evidence presented in court. Accordingly, the Idaho Supreme Court has long recognized that trial courts can successfully select an impartial jury despite widespread publicity. A death penalty case, the Idaho Supreme Court disagreed with the defendant's claim that extensive publicity prior to trial deprived him of the opportunity to be tried before an impartial jury, because each juror was extensively questioned to determine the degree of their exposure to the pretrial publicity. And that's the thing. They're gonna have these jurors, these potential jurors, they're gonna be questioned over and over and over. If they're not right for the case or the trial, they're not going to be allowed to be there. If they have any kind of impartial or, prejudice toward one area or the other, they're not going to be on the jury. So the fact is, have you ever seen the Dateline episode? Yeah. Okay, what did you take from that? Well, I believe he's guilty. Okay, bye-bye. You get what I'm saying? It's not without possibility that they can find an unbiased jury. Defendant's rights were preserved. When the defendant later sought federal habeas corpus relief, the Ninth Circuit examined the voir dire process and found no prejudice, even though, on the day of jury selection, the case was covered on the front page of the local newspaper as well as on TV and the radio. Here, the court's carefully crafted jury selection process has every chance to produce an impartial jury. Because of the sensitive nature of the court's voir dire process, the state will not address the mechanics of jury selection in this public filing. But suffice it to say, if an individual has been so impacted by the Dateline episode or any other publicity that they cannot be impartial, they will not be seated as a juror. Indeed, this case is not the Ada County Judiciary's first experience with a highly publicized trial in recent years. Like the court in the Vallow Daybell trial, this court is well equipped to select a jury, to handle ongoing media coverage, and to conduct a fair trial in the Ada County Courthouse. Amen. Second, the Idaho Supreme Court has rejected defendants' theory that a continuance is necessary to allow media coverage to dissipate. It's not going to. Federally argues that the trial judge should have granted a continuance to allow the harmful press coverage to dissipate. However, as stated above, there is every indication that an impartial jury was impaneled and that federally received a fair trial. As the court correctly noted at the pretrial conference, delaying this trial would only allow more opportunities for pretrial publicity. There is no reason to think that the media coverage in this case will dissipate. So, proceeding to trial as scheduled may actually avoid any negative consequences from future publicity. The defendant's dissipation cases occurred in the 1960s and involved communities where it was presumed or demonstrated that residents had already formed opinions about the case based on local media reports. There's the case history right here. Beck versus Washington. Here, venue has already been moved and the court will use a much larger pool of potential jurors than the defendant's sided cases. This case is also proceeding in a highly fractured media landscape that bears little resemblance to what prevailed in the 1960s. What happened in defendant's sided cases has no bearing on whether the court can select a sufficient number of impartial jurors in this case. The court should deny the defendant's motion because he had not shown that the publicity surrounding this case will prevent a fair trial. For the foregoing reasons, the court should deny the defendant's motion to continue, dated this 5th day of June. William W. Thompson, Jr. So these are the defendant's cited area of inquiry per the ABA guidelines: the medical history, complete prenatal, pediatric, and adult health information, exposure to harmful substances in utero and in the environment, substance abuse history, mental health history, history of maltreatment and neglect, trauma history, educational history, employment and training history, military experience, multi generational family history, genetic disorders and vulnerabilities, as well as multi generational patterns of behavior, prior adult and juvenile correctional experience, religious, gender, sexual orientation, ethnic, racial, cultural, and community influences, socioeconomic, historical, and political factors, the client's family extending 3 generations back, and those familiar with the client. The client's friends, teachers, classmates, co-workers, employers, and those who served in the military with the client, as well as others who are familiar with the client's early and current development and functioning medical history, environmental history, mental health history, educational history, employment and training history, military experience, and religious, racial, and cultural experiences that influences upon the client or the client's family. The social service and treatment providers to the client and the client's family members, including doctors, nurses, other medical staff, social workers, and housing or welfare officials, witnesses familiar with the client's prior juvenile and criminal justice and correctional experiences, former and current neighbors of the client's family, community members, others familiar with the neighborhoods in which the client lived, including the type of housing, the economic status of the community, availability of employment, and prevalence of violence, witnesses who can testify about the applicable alternative to a death sentence and the conditions under which the alternative sentence would be served. Witnesses who can testify about the adverse impact of the client's execution on the client's family and loved ones. So that is the 21 pages. And on the other side of that column, it basically outlines where you could find that type of evidence that was presented in that aspect. So, getting that out of the way, what did y'all think about it? It's a lot of hoopla, right? A lot of not to do about nothing. I mean, it seems like we were able to hear a lot of that stuff even earlier on. It's kind of crazy if you ask me. I hope he denies it. I really do. Let's get it on already. Let's get it on. There's an order in sealing, stipulation, an order of admission of additional exhibits, sealing of states of objection to defendant's offer to proof, order sealing defendant's motion, order for independent analysis, order sealing defendant's second amended phase, the mitigation witness list, order granting leave to exceed page limit, motion to seal defendant's second amended phase 2 mitigation witness list, motion to seal stipulation, motion to seal state's objection to defendant's offer of proof, state's supplemental notice of compliance, state's opposition of defendant's motion to continue, and motion for permission to exceed page limit. It's crazy. It is crazy. Tell me what y'all think. And versus eat something. That's hilarious. Oh wow, that's crazy, PKC. What'd you say, PKC? Texas originally their trials were combined. Anytime trial got close, she went bonkers and had to go mental hospital when she was stable enough for trial. That happened twice. And eat your post toasties. I think the judge is going to say August. Yeah. But it may have been 2020 before they were actually found and charges made. So that other trial, that other trial that you were telling me about, PKC, that other one that she's representing, that one might go to trial before Brian. Hell. 12, have some protests starting here. Oh, damn. That sucks. That sucks. You be careful. There's protests all over right now over a lot of different things. I know I always advertise food and stuff, but if you haven't tried these right here, you are missing out. They're the gold bag, golden sriracha. These things are really good, but they're kind of spicy. Break out the 50, Rondi. I think the 50 is probably be bigger than she is. Where'd Leslie go? Leslie go somewhere? Most of our people are probably a drunk turkey right now. He has Anjanette Levy over there. So a lot of you are pretty pretty up to date in the chaos that I started today, this morning actually, right? But you know, sometimes things need to be said. Sometimes things need to be said. And you know what's hilarious is I didn't even say anything and I got attacked. It wasn't even my own words that were said that I got attacked over. Um I tell you, these mosquitoes are already out. Already out. Wanted to show y'all something, but I forgot what the hell it was that I was going to show you. Maybe that's it. Hold on, let me go to my email right quick. Shrondi, is Leslie back? Oh, there she is. I pulled over. You okay? There's Leslie right there. Leslie with the 5-0, pulling up, strapped and ready to roll. Let me put some of these out so that y'all don't read what some of the stuff is that we talk about in the emails. Is it not interesting how things kind of repeat themselves and situations kind of go the way they're supposed to go? Because I believe that after this case, and this is how I believe it. I mean, I might be wrong, but I believe after this case that a lot of things are going to be totally non existent on YouTube. I believe that there's going to be a lot of, once the case is settled, once they go and, he's either found guilty or innocent, a lot of things on YouTube are going to subside because a lot of people have spent so much time on this case. They don't know about anything else. They haven't been in the mix of reporting other crimes. And if you only are used to reporting the Idaho stuff and reporting it in a way where it's one sided, then that's going to be the way that you report every case. You know what I mean? So, I mean, people are going to be onto you after a while. They're going to be like, well, damn, you report the same thing every time the same way. It's never anything different. You're never positive. You're never about, this could have possibly be exactly what it is. It's not a conspiracy. It's not a way for, something to be what it's not. So I believe that once this case is over, there's going to be multitudes of channels that are not going to be able to keep up with the cases that are going on at this moment that will still be around, because we haven't even gotten to some of the trials. I mean, some of the trials are still out there waiting to be done. Tell me what y'all think. Y'all agree with that or y'all disagree? Y'all agree that um you agree that people are not going to be able to discuss certain things without having a prejudicial bias? It's kind of like a reporter. If you're reporting on a crime or you're reporting on something, you got to be unbiased. You can't have that biasness all the time. You get what I'm saying? It's like it's okay to cause ambivalence, and that's what it's called. But if you do it all the time, after a while, it gets really annoying. It's kind of like, okay, we get it. You're upset with the way things are going. Do you ever report this in an unbiased fashion? Because to report something unbiased would be to report it just as it is without your input whatsoever. And I believe that a lot of people don't know how to do that because, there's a lot of creators on YouTube on all kinds of different variations. And I'm not talking about one specific person right now. I'm talking about just YouTube in general. If you listen to people talking about certain things, certain crimes, or even certain cases, do you ever feel like they're being totally biased, or do you feel like you're getting an unbiased opinion? Do you feel like they're being objective? Do you feel like they're actually reporting it for what it is rather than what they want you to believe it is? Because there's a difference. There is a difference in reporting certain things. I try to be as unbiased as possible, even though I do believe at this point my belief on this case. And it's taken me a while to get here because I've shuffled around so much early on that I finally had to say, you know what? You got to get to a point where you either believe it or you leave it. You get what I'm saying? Like you either believe it, 12 gauge, or you leave it. Because if you don't, it's going to drive you crazy. Here it is. I found it. I found it, folks. Let me put myself where I can see myself. I like being on the right side for some reason. What do y'all think about that? Let me see. Nina back in here? She left, I think. I think she went to prepare for her show. I feel like I can say my truth here, and I thought most of the people on this channel think that Koberger is guilty, but I don't feel judged for myself not being sure. And that's how it should be. You know what I mean? It's like, why would we attack you for your own thought? You know what I mean? Leslie, there's still a channel that all the content is Wade Wilson, phone calls or pictures all the way back from 2019. That's all she does. Many are totally biased. I don't think they even think he is innocent. They just want to make Ellie and prosecution look bad. That could be very, very on point. There's Nina. She is here. Hey, come up on panel, will you? Yeah, I can decipher. You're perfectly fine. I enjoy your input. I really do. I really do because without people talking in the chat, it's kind of one-sided. There's the StreamYard link, Nina, if you want to come up for a little bit. And this is what this is what Nina and I, if she comes up, we're gonna talk about this. They're picking up. This is evidence marker number 4. Okay. Evidence marker number 3 was the footprint in the backyard. And I'll show you that after this one. Okay, so if Nina comes up, we'll talk about this. All right. If not, I'll talk about it by myself. Shit that what? Just old stale shit. Yeah, pretty much. Sometimes it is just old stale shit. Texas and I were talking about this earlier. There she is. Did y'all hear her come up? According to Lean, how you doing? How you doing? I love your show. Thank you for being here. She's always on during the day, so y'all be sure to check her out. Have y'all seen According to Lean channel? She does some awesome stuff. Thank you for being here. Nina. Can I ask you a question, Nina?
Am I on panel?
Yeah.
Why am I not showing up on panel?
Hold on a second. I'm trying to get you a box.
That's the reason I was just sitting there. I was like, oh, I'm not up there yet.
Hold on. It's going to be little, but, it's because I had to make that
That's
other
okay.
one.
I like being little. Little's good.
Awesome. I'm glad you're here, According to Lean. I enjoy your channel. If y'all haven't been over there, she's on during the day. She's a breath of fresh air, and she has some amazing content. So y'all might want to go check her out. If
Hey,
y'all
I'll be right back.
okay. If the mods would put her link in the chat, that'd be awesome. I have been in there more than once, and I've never had any kind of issues. Um, you know, she has some great content. So I was talking to Texas earlier because I made this um, a thumbnail, and we were discussing whether this on this paper was actually dried blood. The little areas around, or whether this was a leaf. So now that it's zoomed in, can y'all tell me what y'all see? So it says Leslie looked wet, but now it looks like a dirty piece of paper. I mean, Texas and I were talking about this, and we were wondering if this was indeed blood. It's a leaf. Okay. And if you do really look close, this part right here, it could be part of a leaf. But here's my next question for you. What would this piece of paper have any relevance to being as evidence? You get what I'm saying? Like, why would they bag it? Because they're obviously bagging it. What would give them a purpose to bag this? Does that not look like there's writing on it? That looks like the letter M. Do you see that? They didn't bag it for nothing. So they bagged it for a reason. And Let's see. I'm on my phone, on my laptop before I share it. They didn't bag it for nothing. And that's my point. You know, I don't know why they would have bagged this, but it looks like the letter M right here. And I'm not making that up. If you go and look at this piece of paper that is evidence marker number 4, you can see for yourself that this is a letter M and this is another kind of letter. I don't know if it has any significance to the crime, but we have indeed talked about this. And let me show you number 3. Let me get off that to show you number 3. I saw skid marks. I was like, what? What are you talking about, skid marks? I have so many pictures in here. It's just,
Are you there?
yeah, it's crazy. Can you talk to the chat while I find this picture right quick? Tell them a
A
little bit about your show last night, Nina.
little bit about my show last night. My show last night was pretty solemn. It was the YouTube creators that got shot in Las Vegas really put me in a place of I cannot believe that 2 people are dead because of a YouTube dispute. I mean, it just threw me for a loop. And so my live last night was I played some videos of mine that was just talking about accountability and responsibility and stuff like that. I mean, because I can't believe that 2 people did, no, actually 3 people didn't go home to their families last night. 1 went to jail and 2 went to the morgue.
So, what was the purpose of that shooting? What, I mean,
Well, they started out having a huge conflict over copyright issues. And I guess through the months or however long they've been going at each other, it just escalated. So last night, the husband and wife were live streaming, and the rumor is that the couple had spread rumors saying that the other guy was, those people that like children,
yeah.
and that
Oh, I
that's the
know
reason
somebody.
that's the reason he did it.
I know somebody that likes children, supposedly.
You better
So,
behave.
thank you. Thank you. Um, maybe I should put warning label
There's
12 gauge.
there's places we go and there's places we don't go.
Yeah. Warning label 12 gauge. Maybe that should be our stuff. Harry, you gonna
Yes.
stream to you gonna add this to your stream for more hours? That's fine.
Hey, I've always said that
Did you hear me?
me, you and Jeff should put together a show that's something like uh 12 gauge and the guitar man with a warning label.
Did you hear me? Are
Oh
you linked
no,
up?
I can't stay that long. I'm one of those driver's seat people now that have to upload their stuff and all that.
Oh,
I have to work to be on panel now.
you gotta work. Okay. Well, I was gonna
Y'all hear
offer
my
to
dog
do.
barking? She is in the bedroom trying to get me to come in there.
Hope that dog didn't knock you over this time. Well, do
Oh
you
Lord.
remember? You remember this? I'm gonna zoom this in, and I'm not trying to zoom it in on this lady's rear, but
Oh, and Jeff asked if they were live streaming. Yes, they were live streaming, and it is on the live.
take care, Moonbell. Yeah, they were. Yeah, if you want to, the link's in the chat. They were live streaming. I saw the video, and
Oh my gosh. I don't know, it just put me in a really I just couldn't believe it.
Yeah, it's bad, right? That's a good question, Lean. Where's 1 and 2? She said, "Where's 1 and 2? Here's 3 and 4. Where's
I figure either 1 or 2 is going to be the boot print with the S in the heel.
No, that's this one. That's 3 right here. Here's the boot print right here. Here's 3. 4
Can't
was in
believe
the front.
I had never noticed it had a S in it.
Yeah.
Inside
And
looking told me that.
when we were looking at that boot print, um, I know exactly where that photo is. Let me show you a close up on that one. I know exactly where that one is. Go ahead and let Jeff up. No. Let me make you a little thing, Jeff. Hold on.
You're going to get to be little too, Jeff. It's the only time I'm little is when I'm on panel with Gage.
Awesome.
Oh shit, I hear him, but I can't. Oh god, like his guitar's got too close to God. I can hear him and I can't see him.
You can hear me? Flying a little too close. Yeah, singed my wings. I was so close.
So how'd it go?
Hey.
A soft wrath soft word turned away wrath.
You didn't get a soft word, Gage. You got 2 tornadoes.
Oh, soft answer. Soft
Yeah,
answer
soft.
turns away wrath.
Yeah, soft answer turned
Either
away
way, he
wrath.
got 2 tornadoes.
Well, I made up for it today. I got storm. I got the lights went out and everything else.
I know it. I tell him what my live is about and everything, and he goes and does it anyway.
Howdy, Texas. JB, Leslie, Laney. Everybody's got a Billy, Leslie, Rondi. Everybody's got an E on the end of their. Well, Texas.
Does
Gotta
that
change
make
your name,
me
Texas.
does that make me a Nene?
Nene,
I could have swore I had that picture.
12 gauge.
Go 12 Gage.
Gauge,
Jeffy.
gauge.
Jeff, do you
Jeffy.
have that picture of the boot? Evidence
Ye-
marker number 4?
Yeah, I can look for it. Let me see if I have it. I don't know.
Okay.
But you
I
had
thought
you
I-
had one that was like circled and everything. I don't know if I have that one.
Yeah, I'm looking for that one right now as we speak. Y'all keep talking. Y'all are doing well. I'll find it.
See, that's what I need. That's what I need with me at night is somebody that's up on the panel that can talk while I go in the back.
Yeah.
Let me go in the back and prepare the food. Well,
I sit there and talk to them in the chat. I'm like, okay, y'all, I'm still here.
Where 2 or more are gathered.
That's right.
Laney, good to see you. Laney, you were up early the other morning. I was like, dang, what time doing the early morning shifts? I had to get up for a couple freelance jobs. I was on the road like 5 a.m. And there's
Oh hell,
Laney
5
was
a.m.
live.
I hadn't turned over.
And one was it today that Maggie was singing, or was it yesterday? Yeah, Maggie was singing. She's got a great voice. And Laney was
up
singing
at-
too, and she's got a great voice. But
I was
Maggie,
up at 4 o'clock this morning, man, causing chaos.
Dang, causing
Yeah.
chaos. What were you doing
Yeah,
at 4
you-
in the morning?
He done put out a video.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. You done went and did it, didn't you?
Done
Yes,
went and did it.
Done went and done it.
What did that loud answer get you? That hard, no, wait, if it's a soft answer, that'd be a hard answer.
Yeah, well, he got 2 tornadoes and went ahead and did it anyway. Can you imagine what he's going to get next?
Oh boy.
Oh, come on. Don't be wishing that on me now.
No.
Hey, I did get a day off early today. We lost electricity at the office. Everywhere I go, I'm like taking out the electricity. So
You're like some. Are you like some super villain from
He's
Marvel
Mr.
Comics?
Electric.
that's exactly what it is. It's like what is that, Magneto or whatever his name is?
We have to change your name from 12 gauge to like 20 amp, like a 20 amp fuse.
Right, there you go. There you go. Or, I heard a good one today. Somebody called me Mr. Potato Head. I guess I could go under that.
Oh, there you go.
Mr. Potato Head.
That's gonna be my title for my live tonight.
I guess that kind of goes along with the Idaho stuff. Potato, potato,
Idaho?
potato,
I'm not a hoe, I'm a panel hoe.
potato, potato. It's all about how you pronounce it, right? Guess what?
Yeah.
I'm getting pretty good at this. Look at what
You
I
know,
found.
I don't think I hear that many people say potato.
Potato. You see the number 3?
I do.
There
But
you
Yeah.
go.
where's number 1 and 2?
No telling.
I found a number 3 as well, but it's a different photo. Because this one
See
See
has
there?
that dad blame
this one.
S in that hill?
You see it right there?
Yeah, see the one I have has her hand is in front of the 3 a little bit.
Yeah, that one is
This one's pretty high quality. I could zoom into it probably. See if
closer to the couch. See the S right here? So chat, let me lean on you a little bit. Do y'all think that this is a boot? Do y'all think that this is what else could make that kind of?
It's a boot.
You think it's a croc?
A crock. Well,
Crocker.
whatever it is has a S in the hill.
You
I
think
think
that's
you
a
should look at
Skechers?
this higher. I think you should look at this higher quality one because I think
Did you
I
send
don't
it to
know.
me?
Yeah, it's backstage. You just got to put it up on screen.
Okay, well let me take. You never tell me when you have something waiting. I'm like,
We need
what?
a word. I should have said backstage.
Yeah, zoom in on it.
See,
Tornado.
this one's tornado.
Tornado. There you go.
See, I don't get the sense as much of the boot print in this one. And I feel like I
According
see more
who is
rocks
that?
and stuff.
According to Lean, I'm gonna have to go subscribe.
Yeah.
Laney, right? Laney.
Oh, is it
Yeah,
Laney?
you
I'm
should.
sorry.
You
Laney.
must. You must. Laney is a
Yeah,
great
she has
show to
some
watch.
awesome. She has some awesome content.
Go
Yeah.
to channel. Well, I am now subscribed.
She's
She is on
probably
our
my top
side. She is on
top
our
5.
side of the spectrum.
We do not have sides. We only talk about it in general.
Wow, that's what we do. We're just BSers.
Yeah, we just talk about it in general. We just
We're
use him as a reference.
we're trolls.
We just use him as reference.
Jeff is our leader.
You notice they all got booties on, which is nice.
Yeah,
Which is so. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible that it's a boot print that is what they're marking, and if considering they're wearing booties outside, I guess to prevent making their own boot prints.
yeah.
Thank you, Texas.
And then there's a what is this bag from over here? There's a bag. I think we talked about this once before.
You know the KFC bag.
KFC.
Yeah. Don't start that rumor. That came from DoorDash. She dropped it on the way out the back slider.
Yeah,
Jumped over the couch. Jumped over the couch, dropped the KFC bag, and kept running. Right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Leslie.
And see this soft green stuff? That's paint flaking off of that car. That's what that. It's a green paint mist.
The green car we're driving
Little.
by, and then yeah.
Yeah. So the paint was still
So
fresh. It wasn't quite
let's
dry.
be kind of serious here.
Mhm.
The chat. Y'all really think that was? I mean, you saw the boot print. I think it's a boot. I just don't know what kind of boot it would be. I don't believe that it would be law enforcement because they'd be able to tell what everybody wears, right? They have like signature boots, right? So it wouldn't be like they would see that boot print and go, "Oh, that's Jesse's size 10 right there." Did I say Jesse? What the hell? That
Whoa!
that
Ooh,
Jameson
ooh, ooh, ooh,
that
ooh, ooh.
that Jameson size 10 right there. I meant to say Jeff. I don't know what the hell.
That's all right.
Um
You know,
Oh,
I
there
messed
you
you up
go.
because we were pointing out Leslie, Ron D, Jeff
Yeah,
E. Yeah, at least
Jesse.
that's what it
Yeah,
was.
there you go. That's how it got in there.
Whew.
See how subliminal messages happen? They just go in your head.
Right, right.
Whiny, stuff like that. So Nina, you have done research on this. Have you found any shoe that um that could resemble this print? I mean, would it be
Oh, I found plenty of shoes
Skechers?
that resemble that print, but I haven't found one with an S in it.
Okay. And
The
see, that's
only
what,
thing that I have found with an S in it, there's actually it's like a running boot,
okay.
but it's like an S, but it's not an S. You know what I'm saying? It's not like that kind of
Yeah,
S.
right. Well, Texas, I mean, JB said it could be an S or a number 5.
See, that's what I thought too. So who has a 5 on there?
Who has a number 5 on there? Yeah, what about a number 5? That's what JB said. And Texas.
And and look, I spent probably 3 days of my life looking for an S. I will never get those days back, and I didn't find the S.
But you guys, both of you, both of you have your own shoes that you thought was in the latent shoe print, right?
Oh,
Both of you have
I think
different
that's a
variations.
Nike.
What did you think, Jeff, that was?
Oh, I thought it wasn't. And I don't even know where my guess is coming from. My memory is saying Vans. I thought it was like a Vans shoe, but I'm going totally from memory that on that issue can't be completely trusted. I don't remember.
Well, let me pull this one back up, Jeff. That way we got the clear shot and you got my blurry shot. So that way they can, if only we could overlay them, that'd be awesome.
Oh, I can. You know what? I did find your blurry one too.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, you've got the blurry one, Gage.
I'm gonna.
I know. I got the wish list like blurry. I got the wish rendition.
Let's see. Is this?
That is pretty cool that they're wearing booties and stuff out there because I mean that showed that they're not contaminating the crime scene, right?
Right.
Right, right.
Because that
Nice.
was the biggest thing that they were contaminating the crime scene everywhere they went. They weren't wearing gloves. They weren't wearing booties. They weren't wearing the white. Uh
Okay.
oh.
It is
Look at
backstage.
this. I'm wearing Vans right now. No S or 5 on the bottom.
Did you say no ass?
No S.
Oh,
That's plenty of ass right there in that photo.
So see,
well,
let me see if I can.
let me just send you my Nike.
Can I
All
switch
right,
back
go
and forth?
ahead. Send it,
Okay.
put
Yeah.
it backstage, and we'll put it back up here.
How the hell do I put it backstage?
See where it says share or present?
I don't have one of them.
Present.
I'm on a phone.
I've never been able to do that on the phone. I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, see,
They
I'll just
could
have
not
to
have.
email it. I'll email it to
Leslie,
you. I'm gonna email Jeff. I'm gonna email it to you, and you can put it backstage.
Okay.
I
Let me
don't
see
know
if I
what your
can
middle name
find it.
is, but I'm going to give you a middle name. Leslie Renee. Where did you get that from?
What?
Wait, they could have
Okay.
contaminated the scene.
Try to kind of line these up. It looks like
Oh,
the.
Leslie Renee is in trouble, and I'm out of the chat and don't know why.
Yeah, Leslie Renee. It was already contaminated. I don't know what your name is, Cuff You. So, Cuff You, LaQuisha. Cuff You, LaQuisha.
Cuff you
See,
is
like,
a sweetheart.
Yeah, she is. She has 12
so you
gauge.
see,
Read
like I
that
can
to
see this
her.
green leaf here in the foreground by their toe, and
Yeah.
that's this leaf here. You see slightly different angle on the photo. I think they got a little lower. Tried to
Yeah, it is a different angle. You're right.
just slightly, yeah.
Okay. Laney says, pull up the Military combat boots from Vietnam era. The S is in there.
Really? I love that lady. Who is she?
She's another creator. True
Where
crime.
was she? Where was she when I lost my 3 days?
I don't know.
Let's see. How do
Hell, I'm gonna lose
Nina.
another 3 days hunting my
So-
dang Nike shoe.
Nina, this is what Leslie says. Do you remember CJ's live where the crime scene guy dropped the gloves?
Yes, the dirty glove.
That was not contaminated. She picked that glove up and put it in the little brown bag.
Yes.
Did CJ, when he was showing that, I don't think he pointed out that those two were just the tire measurement people, right? I mean,
Yeah.
if
they
you
were
leave
the
you
type-
leave that part out of the story, then it's much more compelling. Oh my gosh, these are people that went in the house and they look how they handled a glove. Well, yeah, but they're just the people that measured.
But they
One was a
are in the
photographer. Well, but no, they were that on that day. I think they were going out to measure the tire tracks. So to me, it doesn't matter. They dropped a glove, they put it in a little trash bag, and they went out to the road to measure stuff. It seemed like, I don't know if he was intentionally trying to make it sound like, look, this is how they contaminate the inside of the house with sloppy work like this. But I don't know. I'm again going from memory on that one because been a while since we looked at that video.
Yeah, that is military combat boots.
Yeah, the boots that I'm seeing so far don't seem to have letters on them. They got these big big chunky grippy parts of the boot.
Yeah, I see that too. I don't see the bottoms of them. Okay, here's
Let's
one
see,
right
like,
here. See, that has a different one.
Like here's
But you
one
know
here.
what's interesting is they collected boots out of his trunk.
They collected Nike shoes too.
Yeah, so if either one of those matches cast number 3, guess what?
He sunk.
I put a boot backstage for you, but I don't think
Okay.
it's the type.
Very
we're
good.
looking
Tornado.
for. These aren't the droids we're looking for. These aren't the boots we're looking for.
It's dirty one way or the other. She said, type in search engine, bottom of military comfort or combat boots. Look at the images. It's there. So did you type
Okay.
in combat boots?
Wait, let me copy it right out of the chat. Bottom of. and we
You don't
will-
type shoe into your photos. It brings up everybody that's wearing a pair of shoes.
Which one do you like?
How do we know the DoorDash guy didn't do it? What kind of car was he driving? He wasn't driving. He was levitating. Right there. She said right there.
Which one?
Go up.
The dirty ones?
Look at the black one right there. You passed it.
Which
What
one?
color is it, Lena?
This one here?
Y'all know a ton of college students wear combat boots, right?
Give me All right, I'll just leave it paused right here. Just tell me if I'm in the right row.
Black. They're
Give
black.
me a row and a. So I got 3 rows. Pick a row and then tell me how far from the left. Third from the left, second from the
The
left.
black ones.
There was a bunch of black ones.
She said go up. Black.
Okay, go.
Okay, go to the
To your
top.
left. No, a
Go
little
to
bit
the
more to
top.
your right.
Go all the way to the top, she said.
Oh, these dirty ones right here? You said dirty. Is that
They
the-
do have an S on them, don't they?
Oh, is that?
They sure do.
Whoops. Where is it?
Look at that. Can you make that?
Holy
that's-
heck.
Can you zoom in? Look.
Wow. Well, y'all, Inside Looking
Let's
says
save that one.
the boo print has an S on it.
I think we'll save that picture. I'm gonna call that one Laney's boot. You got Das Boot and you got Laney's boot.
That is them for sure.
Laney's booty. Oh, misspelled it.
Now you count the little ridges. Too bad those are so freaking used up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Or you want to go back to the All right, remember what that looks like. So it's got an S at the toe and the heel, and then the L. What is it?
Oh, it does.
What is scraped off? What is
Well, I'm looking at the toe area. I don't. Hold
What
on
does
a
it say?
second.
new shoe? Oh, that's a.
You got these boots at Academy.
Could he have got them at Dick's Sporting Goods?
I don't know if they would sell that.
Hold on, let me
Those
share.
are just the first she
differently.
saw.
Let me share it
A
so that I can
couple
zoom in.
S's and an L. Other
you
letters
go.
have been worn off.
Try this one. I
This
can
one
zoom.
newer.
I got a photo for you backstage. I can
All
zoom
right.
into this one.
All right, Jeff, it is sent.
Is that backwards? That's,
What's that say? Von Seal?
no, this looks correct, but this looks like it's printed backwards. Oh no, it's
Yeah.
upside down. Sorry, Soul. That's SOLE.
No, it's not SOUL.
I had to tilt my head to the left, and then I could read it.
It says Seal. Von Seal something?
Let's see. Hold on.
Texas said he could have got these at the Army Navy store.
This
Whoops.
is true. Knew we kept him around for a reason.
Dang it. Hold on.
Bond
Let me share
Seal.
this one more time. Now that I saved it as a TIFF and I can rotate it.
And so what did we just prove? I'm not being mean, I'm being serious. What did we just prove?
That it had an S in it.
We're really
Right.
not proving anything. We're trying to see if these boots match up with evidence marker number 3.
Oh, you want me to do an overlay?
So it's made by
Yeah.
View Seal. Is it VUL? VUE? Whoops.
Well, I wouldn't be able to use Gage's picture because his is blurry.
Yeah, mine's blurry, so you can't use my trash.
Do you think this said
Oh.
SEAL and the E and the A are scraped off? Let me see
It
if I
does
can-
have a damn S.
Hey,
And the
wouldn't
name
that
of it is V something Steel.
Yeah,
Hey,
let me
wouldn't that be
send-
funny? You know those pictures you're looking at really close and it has a subliminal message? Turn to the right. Turn to the
VU,
left.
is it VUL Seal?
Yep.
Yeah, VUL Seal.
I bet you it's going to come up that it's police wear.
And
Oh, okay,
it's in
here.
parentheses, so it looks like a signature.
It's Australian.
underneath
It's
it.
an Australian army boot. New
Wow. And it's that S is right there.
Okay, JB says, I don't know, does the boot print S look a little thinner? Just a question.
You want to
Um,
go back to the picture of the
Hey,
footprint?
but-
Kind of got him in Thailand.
I didn't get to screenshot that. I can't do an overlay without a screenshot.
Wait, hold on. I gotta put it back.
And then I need a pristine picture of the print, this Jeff's, not Gage's.
I need a hero.
Okay, they need to be turned to the right a little bit. To the left, I
Oh,
mean.
I can turn
This
it.
way?
I can turn it.
Okay.
Okay, I've got that one. And now I need the print.
Okay, let
Oh,
me
the
pull that
footprint.
up.
I
I
still
am
got
like,
it open if you
I'm
want.
the overlay queen.
So
Oh Lord.
this one would probably be better, right?
Okay,
Or this one?
that one to the right.
This one?
Yes. Okay, let me. Got it.
Here's one instant problem.
What's that?
The top of the S is pointing in a different direction.
I can
And
fix
that
that.
no, but I mean if you were to leave this footprint, the S should be the other
Oh, I
direction.
see what you're saying.
It wouldn't leave a mirror image in the mud or the dirt.
Uh huh.
It'd
It's got a
be
button that says mirror footprint.
and it's a much thicker S too.
Well, I mean, it gives us a little bit of where to go with that.
Right.
If we were
Did
gonna,
you get your email, Jeff? I sent you two
Oh,
of them.
let me check.
you know, what was funny is like the other day when I was looking for something to present, I ran across all these emails, and there was like 112-page
I bet they were from me.
booklet. Yes, I was
I can
like,
do some research.
that's different. It looks like a 5 to me. Yo, I did send a link for the GoFundMe for Decker Girl that we were talking about earlier. So just take a look at the link and donate if you can. Okay.
Oh
Put it
wow.
in. Can you put it in the chat and then I can pin it at the top?
What's that?
Let me the link to the GoFundMe for Decker's Girls. See, this looks like a Friday night project that we're doing.
Such a clever name, Cuff You.
Cuff you.
Cuff
I don't know.
You.
I think of that alternative lifestyle.
You see a clever name like Cuff You, and then you look at your own Jeff H. It's like psh, lame.
But that's all
Lame.
I
right,
know.
Jeff.
I was
No,
Jeff
thinking
H.
that
you've got
one.
a really good song, Jeff.
Yeah.
It's like, do y'all know that Jeff H character? No, but I know Cuff You.
That's all right. Jeff's got guitar and God.
Jeff H. Jeff H. Jeff H.
Come on, focus, focus.
Oh,
Okay.
you don't want to know what focus means.
So we're typing my email address in now. What is
What are we
what is
looking at
that
now?
GoFundMe?
You should. I sent you the Nike shoe prints. I mean, the sole of Nikes.
Yeah, let me put those on one thingamabob.
Cuff you, cuff you, cuff you.
All right, here is Nina's footprint stuff. Do we have the is there an actual print that they've shown in the court documents?
No, they just say a latent print.
But how do we know it's like it? But didn't we thought it's diamond shapes?
No, yeah, because now it does say in there that it's got diamond print like a Van shoe. It does say that.
You sure got a pretty mouth.
Oh my God.
Lord help us.
Okay, that's the van.
Okay.
Okay, then there should be two more.
Yeah, here's another one.
Which one is that? That may still be a van. The
This one
Nike
says
one is
Nike.
the Nike one is blue. That one right there is the last one.
Oh, here's the blue
So
one.
do y'all think they could have been like those waffle Nikes that they used to make back in the day? You know
These
what I'm
are
talking
these are
about?
Nike these
Yeah.
are Nike diamonds.
Yeah, like those. They're waffle shaped. They call them waffles.
But that looks diamond to me.
When that picture in Dateline, when he was like taking pictures of his license plate, you saw him wearing a pair of black looking Nike shoes.
Yeah, they took a pair of black and white Nikes from Pennsylvania.
Oh, you can see his feet in the photo where he took a picture of the
Yeah,
license plate. Oh,
yeah, you can if
how did
you.
I miss that?
I don't know.
You're
Man,
not
my
12 gauge tornado.
my sleuthing skills are lacking.
That's because you're too busy all the time.
Yeah.
So you know the Cortezes? They don't have that bottom, do they?
What bottom?
The diamonds.
The
You know what
Cortez.
the Cortezes are?
I don't have a
Those are the
clue.
squiggly. Those are the squiggly ones. Do they still have shoe shops that redo soles anymore? I don't think so, Texas. It's raining again, y'all. It's
I
coming
told you,
down.
you're going to get 3 tornadoes this time.
Come on. So they weren't clear if the diamonds were like impressions like those cutouts are, or if they
All it
were
says
the.
is a latent print.
Do y'all understand what I'm asking?
Yeah.
Is it diamonds from the cutouts, or is the diamonds from the press outward part of the shoe?
Yeah, like if yeah, if they were pressing outward to be like a rubber stamp. You might stamp something on your
Right,
desk,
right,
right?
right. Or
So
if
it
they
would catch the
were,
ink.
yeah, or if they were cut out like that.
Well, yeah, but I was always under the impression I guess, what did people just had photos that they speculated this must be what they're talking about, but I was
But
always
if you
thinking
look
we
at the
saw
Nike,
an image of the print.
if you look at the donkey one though, even the cutouts are diamond and the outer is diamond.
Have they ever said if it's a size 13 or not?
Never
Because I
said.
thought, because I thought at the very beginning people were saying that it was a size 9.
Oh, well,
Was
I
that
missed that then.
was that just to implicate Dylan in the whole thing?
See, I've never heard that.
See, I heard a lot of stuff in the very beginning. I was an Idaho junkie,
I can't imagine that.
but I was also listening to very um, unreliable channels at the time too.
Yeah, I
So
started to say your choice of friends were.
I even donated to that channel, so I feel used. Like going to the like going
Ain't
to the
that the
grocery.
truth? I feel you, Gage. I feel you.
I feel used. Like I gave you super chats, and then you like make fun of me and curse and say stuff about
Amen.
me. God, man.
Amen.
They're just words. Sticks and stones can break your bones. Words can
I
never
know.
hurt you.
I think we all have donated to people who have turned on us, don't you think?
Yeah.
You hadn't
You ta-
lived until you've donated.
hey, you take my super chat and then turn on me? How dare you?
Yeah, it's like insurance, and it's like you were buying insurance to make sure that didn't happen.
Feel like a robot or like you're not even
Oops, sorry, I'm
What
uploading.
what what a ripoff.
Yeah, I don't think they have those anymore, Texas. I know what you're talking about. You used to could take your old shoes and get them resold. I don't think they have them anymore. PKC, are they called cobbler? Shoe cobbler? So do you think that that's part of the secrecy in the trial that they're going to tell us this was a size 13?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. What's Brian's shoe size?
He wears a 13, I believe.
13.
Yeah. So if if they do release that information, the latent shoe print was a 13 Vans male. Would that be incriminating evidence to you, Jeff?
Man, it would just be another item in the long list of coincidences. It's like,
Yeah.
like you can't hit the lottery that many times. You know, to have your DNA be on a knife sheath, to have record that you bought a K-bar, to have your a car that looks just like yours around that house that many times, so suspiciously, like a circling shark. You know, to
That's
be
what gets
knowledgeable.
me. That's what gets me, Jeff, is and to have a car speeding away at 420.
Yeah,
Wasn't it you that we were talking about where, how many times can you look back to see if there was a car that's, sped away at that time and other days of the week?
right. Yeah, because and that's the thing too. Remember the owner of the Linda Lane camera said in an email that I had with him that he gave access to the FBI to all his camera footage, and it was like 30 days worth. He said that they were in there for quite a while, so he assumed they probably copied all of it. So they'd be
Yeah.
able to look and see like the patterns of activity, while we're all like that 423 vehicle, and they probably were like, "Oh yeah, that's that dude. We've already talked to him. We've interviewed him. There he is again. Night before, 2 nights before, there he is again. Same pattern. The week before, yep, he picked up his kid. You know, had to drive
But
like an hour.
you're onto something right there. How many times in your neighborhood do you see the same vehicle and you just say, "Oh, that's the house 3 doors down. That's their vehicle."
Right. Especially with one that sounds unique. A unique sounding vehicle. That vehicle when it was backing out had kind of a whistle. I don't know if it was like an old belt or if it was. At one point I thought it was what do you call it? Like fuel injection or some carburetor sound. I don't know.
See, when Nina and I were talking that one night, and we were talking about she thought it was a gun cocking, and it was a gravel sound.
Right.
I always
Right.
heard like a squealing, like you said, that squealing sound. Like even when it went by the stop sign, it kind of squealed a little bit, like the brakes were going out or something.
Right. Right. Yeah, I think the thing that
And
can be a little confusing, or make you come to the wrong conclusions, or that you got to remember that at least if you're listening to the Linda Lane footage that I did, I boosted the hell out of that audio, the volume of it. So everything that you're hearing was actually in reality much quieter. So it can be hard to really kind of, you know what I'm saying?
so, would that Elantra have turbo? Because they're saying turbo in the chat. Turbo,
No, I
turbo
think,
pulling up.
but I think they're talking about that 423 vehicle because that
Oh,
did
okay.
sound. That was the word I was trying to think of. Yeah, turbo. It did sound like a little bit like turbo.
Oh, that
Actually, I've got that video if you want
Wagoneer
to.
that was backing up.
Yeah, that's on my channel. I can pull that up if you want to watch. That's a nice short one. Most of my videos are short
Yeah, if you got a short one, go ahead and
because
pull
I'm
it up. Yeah, yeah, we got 5 minutes. Our
like
five
Mr.
minutes turn into like hours, don't they?
Like Mr. Incredible. Yeah, I've got time. Yeah,
Yeah, I
got
got
time.
time. No big deal.
Um,
Who needs sleep, right?
so what did I call it? Okay, black SUV sequence. There
Nina,
we go.
you here?
I am always here.
I think BK Star had an aftermarket muffler at the least. That's
The way you said
interesting.
Nina, are you here? I think did you snap your fingers or something? It
Yeah.
reminded me of Pulp Fiction. It's like, hey, you flock of seagulls, where you got the shit hid? You know that scene?
Wow.
Okay, I've got it backstage. I get this. Damn, why do I just want to go full screen, but not.
Hey, you flock of seagulls. So this is your video, not Huda's?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, Huda took it to Goodwill. I bought it. It was my video.
So Nina showed that this is a green Jeep Wagoneer, right? Isn't that what you said, Nina? 2006? So you do hear the brakes squealing.
You can hear that gravel or gun cocking,
Yeah.
whichever you prefer.
Lady says, I just went down the sales of shoes rabbit hole and got lost. Did you see Alice down there by any chance? Alice in Wonderland, you know? So
Did you say
Yeah,
Alice? That's who I feel like all the time is Alice.
hey, that green vehicle that we were talking about in the video, was that a Wagoneer? The
I can
Jeep,
show it
the,
to you
the
when it's in.
2006?
Here it is when it's in color. Well, here it
Man, I
is.
didn't.
Here it is returning. Wait, was it 636? I think.
Right.
Here we go.
See, that's why it's good to have you on the panel because you control your own stuff. You know where it is, how it is.
Let me fast forward it just a little bit.
So is this still night mode?
Yeah, this is still in night mode. Hasn't switched over to regular color day mode yet. But here he comes. See, it's got that same low rumble. At least I'm listening on headphones. Same.
Yeah, because we can't
Look,
hear
the
it.
the length of the car looks the same too.
I mean, that looks like their parking space, you know, like it
Yeah.
pulled out of the same space, it came back in the same space.
Actually, I think I have still pictures from 636 and then when it left at 423. You can kind of when you switch back and forth between them, it's pretty clear to me that that's the same vehicle. So he's got some music playing.
That car had some speakers in it too, because as it was taking off, it was booming pretty good, if I recall correctly.
So here he's
You
opening
remember
the door, I
hearing
think.
the bass in that vehicle?
Yeah, the sound is over my headphones right now, listening to one and then the other. And the door slam, too, I think sounds identical when you listen to them.
Is that the vehicle that you hear the choop choop right before? I know that's not the. I'm not talking about the Banfield cop car. When BK's about to round around 406, you hear somebody clicking their vehicle. I wonder if they saw him. Because at 406, somebody clicks their car.
And you can see he walks around to the side of the building that faces the Banfield. It's kind of interesting because at 423, it sure looked like he was coming from the middle of the buildings, I think.
I never
Go
thought of
back.
that being turbo sounds. I heard what I thought was tires screeching, right? Yeah, the tires were going on the gravel.
So you can see
Damn,
the.
them poor kids were laying in there at this time and no one knew.
So he seemed to be walking. Let me go to the beginning again. Seems like he's walking from in between the buildings. Now maybe I don't know if that's where you. Maybe that's where. No, this wouldn't be where you take your trash. Heck, I mean, he maybe was at a neighbor's house. It's hard, you know.
I believe that person's parking spot.
Yeah.
I
Well, here,
remember
let's
when
let's
this,
compare the. Let's
I
compare the
remember
door
when
sound.
this first came out, everybody was going crazy. Did you see? That's a girl. That's a girl with long blonde hair.
Right.
That's no, that's a brunette. That's a black-haired girl. That's Emma Bailey.
See if you listen to the door close. Here's it again.
We can't hear anything, Jeff.
Oh, it's not playing
No,
all
we
this
don't have
time.
it. We don't have
You're
any
kidding.
sound. We don't have any sound.
All those videos we just watched, you had no sound.
No sound whatsoever.
Are you kidding me? Hold on.
I'm serious.
Damn. And I'm sitting here saying it sounds the same in my headphones.
Wouldn't
I
it
must
be
have not.
interesting if the person he supposedly almost hit when he was leaving gets on
Oh,
the
I see
stand?
why. I see why. Hold on.
That is the man right there. Yeah.
My fault. That's...
Yeah, I was wondering if you were just showing it. I mean, you weren't meaning to, put the sound to it.
Yeah, I guess when I started saying, "Listen to the door, listen to the door," that was probably it's like, okay, he's hearing things. Where is it again? Okay, here's. That's right. You have to share it as a tab on the web browser, and then be sure that
Okay.
little box is checked, which it is now. Here we go. That's why when it was hitting full screen, it wasn't acting right.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, we hear it
Start
now.
at 0. Okay.
Can you crank it up a little?
Yeah. Now that sound right there was him hitting his key fob, I believe.
You're fine. You're fine.
Yeah, bassy rumble. You hear that?
Yeah. Is that the turbo?
All right. So now if I go to
11:55 a.m. 42
hold on.
seconds.
Sorry.
Hey, y'all, I got doggy duty. I'll be right back.
Okay. Sounds like a plane. LOL.
I had some serious doggy duty in the basement. I worked a freelance job. That's all it takes is for me to be away from the house one day, and then nobody lets a dog out to pee or poop, and I got to come clean it up.
Oh my God.
Oh, it was awful.
I'm
It was
about to
terrible.
babysit or dog sit my mom and dad's little terrier for a month.
Okay, let me back up the. And you all know about this too, right? You can hit the J and L. If I hit J, it goes backwards 10 seconds. If I hit the letter L, it goes forward 10 seconds.
I
And then
didn't
the
realize that, but I've been using that
left,
lately.
left and right arrows are 5 seconds. Jake. Basically, this is a video editor's. It's very common. All video editors. J, K, and L. K is pause and unpause. J is 10 seconds forward. L is 10 seconds ahead. Okay, so 6:36 is where it comes in, right?
Yeah, she's gonna be climbing on my lap for sure, or sitting there looking at me.
Yeah, only my daughter was home today, Leslie. She's the one we had to have a talking to.
Well, welcome over here, Truth. She got timed out.
Yeah, see, there's that bassy rumble still there.
Yeah.
Now this one, got to keep in mind though, the one that we watched earlier, I did sound enhancement on. This one is straight from Linda Lane Archive, so I think this is the actual audio as it was recorded.
So when it comes back, it turns into daytime, right?
Yeah, now, well, it's around 7 a.m. I think the light gets bright enough for it to switch out of the night mode. It's around here somewhere. It's right before, and luckily it's before the recording stopped, so you catch it just enough. So I'm going 5 seconds ahead. Here we go. Here's where it switches.
Okay.
You can actually hear the switch inside the camera. But you can see, it looks like a bluish green to me.
Yeah.
Right there. There's the car.
I mean, the thing that's interesting, it comes right back to the same location it left. You know what I mean? So that just tells you all you need to know right there, that the car came back, you know?
But here's what I think is cool, and I think I've already done this, but I can't remember where I saved it. But I'll take a still picture. Oh. Wait, I gotta take it with out all the stuff on the screen. Okay, so I grabbed a still picture. Grabbed a still picture at 6:36. Now let's go find 4:23.
Yeah, there's a lot of channels that are getting really petty out there.
I had it. Okay.
They are jamming. You can always come home, Truth.
Now, if I get lucky, I'll try and snap a picture at the same spot.
Right there.
All right. Stop, pause. All right, now let me go grab those.
You know, you make that look easy, Jeff. I did that. It took me like an hour and a half to get the perfect shot, you know?
Stick with me, friend. I'll show you how it's done. All right, this
Hey,
is
how
good.
do you like the little room I got set up in here?
Yeah, that's cool. Reminds me of remember that old video game
Cuber?
No, you were like a I can't remember. It'll come back to me. They had these big round faces that had like fire coming out of their mouths and oh no, not Duke Nukem. Never mind. I can't remember. Okay, I got the still picture backstage for you.
Okay.
So, okay, if I switch back and forth between, here's 423. Let me try and zoom in and line it up. That's 2 clicks. Let me do 2 clicks here. Should be in the same spot. So you see the car at the top?
Yeah.
I mean,
wow.
Man, I nailed it. I'm off by maybe a millisecond, a little more tire on back tire on this one, but let me go in even closer.
You did.
That's the photographer in me, and the guitarist with the timing. Let me go even further. Go to here.
My guitar had dust all over it.
Oh man.
My teacher hasn't called me in a while, you know.
Wait, let me put my finger where the N is. This one's got to be zoomed in one more. Put my right there. This is a good trick if you're ever trying to line two things up. Like I'm going to put my finger at the bottom of the U in sun and switch to the other picture. And then that way I can
Oh, wow.
line it up to my finger.
That's amazing right there.
There you go. Now it should. Look at that. This little light reflection is hitting in the same spot.
Wow.
I personally, I do not doubt that that is the same car.
Yeah.
So. Oh wait, let me do this so people don't doubt the time stamp. Let's see. Hold on.
Are you gonna make a video of this?
I should. No, I'm figuring, I'm just doing this so that, wait, let me put my finger on the, I'm putting my finger on the colon after the 6. My finger's on the colon. There we go. Okay, ooh, that's lined up nice. Okay, it's 423. $635.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think this is probably assigned parking. Next time I email Kane, I'm going to ask him. He would surely know if these are assigned parking spaces or if they're first come, first serve.
Yeah, that's right on point. That's pretty cool how you did that.
I can't believe we went as long as we did, not even thinking. Well, we didn't have the color footage then, at the time.
No, we didn't.
So we were just focused. We only had 423. And I think it's a lesson, too, with a lot of other things. We don't have all the puzzle pieces. Once we get more puzzle pieces, it starts to make more sense. And then we can say, oh, wow, we were real fools for assuming Bethany and Dylan did anything, But
damn, BKC, are you all right? Hold on, Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
BKC nearly face planted in the yard. Are you okay? Damn, I've done that myself many times. But yeah, you're right, Jeff. I mean, didn't Get a Clue have the daytime footage before anybody, though?
Yeah, I think Get a Clue was one of the first. Well, actually, yeah, I think because I have like 2 folders of all this footage. One is from this Linda Lane archive, which is also known as, what is it? It's like a Reddit type name, r/Brian Koberger, Idaho, something like that. But they go by Linda Lane archive now. But yeah, Get a Clue and Linda Lane archive are the.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
And they're pretty much the same footage.
I was looking for that page the other day. I couldn't think of what it was called. She said,
Yeah, if you just type Linda Lane archive, you go right to it.
Toe hurts, but not blood. At least I didn't get up. Rip the nail off again. Good grief, your animals are out to hurt you for reals.
Too much.
Right there. You saw this first on 12 Gauge Investigating.
Hold on, I can line this up better than that. There we go.
So at those 2 times, that is the same vehicle. Little nugget there, but it is what it is.
Yeah, this if this guy only knew that it was like 3 minutes before. If he'd have left 3 minutes earlier, he would have he could have been hit by a speeding,
That's what I was
speeding
thinking
Elantra.
too. Maybe he was on his way out of the apartment when Koberger was leaving. You know what I mean?
Right. Makes you wonder, too. I mean, if he's walking to the back of the building, is there a possibility that some of these apartments have entrance, doorways on either side. One that opens to in between the two buildings, and then
Yeah.
one that opens to the side facing the band field.
Yeah, there's doors on that side too, and um they're double layered apartments, right?
So
That's what I thought too, Texas. He could have heard him leaving.
I need to watch Michelle. Is Michelle who I think you're talking about?
Is that after dark?
I think I might know the Michelle you're talking about.
I get scared when I hear that name.
Yeah, it's I remember one time I was in her chat and she was talking about God and everything was great, and then like maybe 1 or 2 days later I went in there and she was accusing me of being like just I think it was just an attack on all males that day, and I was a male, so it's like, whoa, where's this coming from? Just 2 days ago, weren't we just talking about God and sharing Bible verses?
I know exactly who you're talking about. Boy, that person emailed me for like a week straight threatening me, and
It's like,
you know,
should I talk
that
to her?
was-
Let me flip a coin, see which one she is to
no,
Oh.
no. I mean, she threatened me in my emails for like a week. I was like,
Yeah,
man, who is this person? Somebody, I thought I heard in another Krama channel or something that she got arrested.
Hmm.
I can't say I would be sad, at that event, but
So, well, I think this is a dead horse now. I think we've beaten.
yeah, that is a
and you've
dead
got
horse.
it. But I always thought that was kind of cool, though. I mean, it sure looks like I like things like that because it's like it's almost like you can check the vehicle off the list. I think,
Yeah,
rather than just wondering. It's like, is this person? I mean, and I understand, it's a vehicle around the time, so yeah, of course it should be looked at with some suspicion, but not with so much suspicion that you claim to know probably what cult
Right,
they're and what they do in their spare time, and they probably just awful things. It's like,
Jeff, you and I have talked multitudes of times about the 4 a.m. to 4:20 time frame. How much stuff was going on around that time? Everything that from the DoorDash driver to all the stuff at Linda Lane that we've seen and heard about. I mean, it was far from a quiet night.
although what's funny though, it like I looked at the Linda Lane camera that we were just looking at from like around 1 a.m. to 4:20. I think I just went that window of time. There's only 7 vehicles you see in motion on the camera. 5 of them are what I believe are the Elantra passing by. So it's vehicle motion wise, it's really, for 5 hours or so, nothing back there. Now you can hear vehicles in the distance. The thing is, that's why I say it the way I say it. Is like you only see 7 vehicles in motion.
Right. So the Linda Lane camera caught him on Taylor at what, 3:33? Is that the time? You know what I'm talking about? The first time he came into the neighborhood?
Let me see. Let me just share this window. We can use it to go look around.
Okay. Because we had talked about that as well. You and I have dissected this case. I think Nina went to prepare for her chat later on, or her lives, which is fine.
Well, let me look at this. I know it shows up. Okay, where's my? Go back one more. Wait, no, that's the. Sorry, I was trying to find my own page.
11.
Yeah, she went to walk the dogs, but I think she has a live she has here in a little while too, so she might be getting ready for that.
Totally forgot what we were doing. Oh, the times that the vehicle's seen.
Yeah.
So this is 3:30. So I would say now, and if you don't know what I did here, this it says it right here. I think with the red arrow. I synced it up to right as. Let me back it up. Here's another trick too. You can do the period and comma key to go one frame at a time, forward or backwards. So I can go back to boom. There it is. See,
Yeah.
that's the moment that all 5 headlights are just coming around the corner. So those are the times: 3:30, 55 seconds, 3:39, 3:56, 4:05, and 4:07. If you had, if, in your neighborhood, if somebody drove through that many times, that close together in time, would you think that's a little suspicious?
Of course.
Yeah.
And we've always said that 356, Xana got the DoorDash at 359. So did he circle the apartments and kind of stop? Wasn't there a time during one of these where he stopped for what, a
Yeah, that's
minute or something?
let me turn the sound off so we can talk. But that's the 405. That's why the
Okay.
405 is so much bigger, because all the others he goes around the building the same kind of. You can see the stopwatches. He's going faster at 407. Second fastest is the first pass, 331, and then 339 and 356 are just about the same exact speed coming around the corner. So I kind of use that white pole as like the finish line to mark, like see
I mean,
the bottom right.
the dude was not the best driver. Do you think that he was doing that intentionally to not hit a car?
I mean,
I mean,
the thing I wonder is that if the last one is fastest, he's driving the fastest. I think the adrenaline is high at that point. He's decided he's going to go in and do this. And I
right.
assume, the assumption that I have is that he's in the house of a minute or so later, a couple minutes later.
Mm-hmm.
409 maybe.
Hey, Salty. She said, suspect vehicle 1 circling its prey. Yeah, you're right.
Sure does feel that way.
I mean,
But yeah,
I agree with you as far as, that just coincidental. Why would that vehicle be circling that area 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times? It didn't pull into any of the parking spots, right?
right. As you can see, it does a U-turn, or a 3-point turn to go
Right,
back the way it came at 405, around 405, 406.
right.
So we were looking at for something prior to 3:30 on the Linda
11.
Lane. I hate when it does that. Linda Lane archive.
You know that video that they have right there reminds me of MySpace whenever you go to your MySpace page, how that music player used to blast you out of the chair. Did you
Yeah.
ever have MySpace?
I no, I didn't. I didn't ever have the band that I played with had it, but I never really
Yeah.
used it.
Well, MySpace used to have this feature where you could have a playlist of music playing. But when you went to your page, it automatically started playing. And sometimes you'd forget and you'd be somewhere and the sound would be up. And boy, all of a sudden that music just starts playing. And you're like, especially if you're trying to be quiet, you're like, oh my God, turn this off.
Now maybe this one gets no. That how close does that get? That's 3:0. This is only 3 minutes. What's the closest we get to 3:30? This 3:20? No, 3:30 right here.
So this is the first time he entered the neighborhood, right?
Yeah, I think it's coming. Or does it not? Did it just loop? It's starting over again. No, there's nothing on this one. It just keeps looping 9 seconds worth.
Okay.
And it makes me curious a little bit what all these little short clips and pieces. It looks to me like someone at some point had tried to set an in and an out point and exported shorter clips for whatever purpose, I don't know. Maybe if we are looking at this footage the way we do with trying to figure it all out, I imagine that those who had it in the beginning were trying to do the same thing, and they were probably sharing shorter clips with friends. Do you see what I see? Do you see a coyote? Do you see
No,
bugs that are directing you to?
You see those
go?
car lights? You see those car lights that are all on
Yeah.
down by that apartment complex? Those car lights are all on.
Right,
They're
right.
reflecting.
And the reflection of these look like these are two faces. They're like twins, but they're not identical fraternal twins. The
And
nose is in a
and the
different
bugs that
place.
fly by have
And the bug,
subliminal messages.
yeah, the bugs that fly that way. So obviously the altercation is happening where they flew away from.
And they give you a little sign that says Farley did it. Farley did it. Farley did it. Yeah.
Okay, so this camera right here goes as far as 320. It looks like. Still playing? Let's stop. Yeah, it's playing. There we go. I'm not as familiar
I think
with
you
my
got it at
1320.
328 is whenever we see the car.
Yeah, but none of these clips from 1320 I think hit the 328 time mark.
I think there were 321 or 328.
Oh, wait.
one of
I'm
those.
sorry. 321 to 330. You're right. I just looked right past it.
Yeah, and that green car goes by there too. It follows Brian. You hear that? It said, Farley, we see you.
Man, I was at a very high-tech event today, the freelance job that we were videotaping. Whole bunch of really brilliant brains with electronics and I kept asking, I was like, somebody in here must know something about infrared, like black and white infrared. And everybody kept pointing me to a different person. And I never did really find anybody that was an expert in it. Okay, I think, is the car coming? Wait, let me see if I can. Oh, there goes. What time is
Going
that?
the wrong
That's
direction
3.
at the right time.
There's Sarge's car. Now it makes sense. Come on up on panel, Sarge. Let's continue our argument about the car going the wrong way at the wrong time. That
You
just
see
makes
those-
me think, when you say a car going the wrong way at the wrong time, it makes me think of Gandalf from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
A wizard is never late. He always arrives when he intends to. Hold on. Let me scroll past this. Oh, here it is. So here's around 324.
It's like you see the lights coming through the trees and then you see the car passing by.
Oh, wait, that's another one going that direction. 324.
You notice all the bugs are flying that direction too? What do they know?
Yeah. They're carrier bugs, like carrier pigeons.
Yeah, what do those bugs know? If only we can speak bug language.
Those bugs are also carrying little iPhones, and they're watching the fight, like everybody at the grub truck is. There.
Yeah, they bet on the fight.
Anybody
heard-
that's very familiar with this footage is probably like, Jeff H., you don't know where the stuff is on 1320? I should. Oh, wait, here we go. All right, so this is
Yeah, here it comes.
329. I think I can also pull this video clip down and open it in QuickTime Player and zoom in. But it's really, really hard to see much detail from that distance.
Thank you, Salty. Good job at doing that Karen Reed case.
Yeah, let me
Oh, I like that. PKC, the bugs were doing Morse code. Morse code and nobody understood them.
All right, I'm gonna download this clip.
Yeah, because we haven't seen a car go by yet.
Well, no, we saw the one at the 329. But I'm gonna zoom into it. It'd be easier to. I could open it in Adobe Premiere, but I think it'd be easier just to just open it in QuickTime Player. It's still downloading. I'll let you just watch this.
Yeah,
it's
the
329.
The bugs were flashlights. Oh man. I watched that video that time about these bugs.
Uh-huh.
Well, thank you, according to Leanie. I think you're fantastic. Jeff, always a pleasure. Good night, y'all. Welcome back.
Good night, Lainey.
Anytime. Anytime.
Tell Maggie she's got a beautiful voice. Tell Jeff H said so.
Uh-oh. Common Sense says Chat GBT named 5 different boots with an S on the heel.
All right, I got this video backstage for you.
Okay.
And I think I should be able to zoom in. No, shoot. It's only zooming in on my screen, not yours.
Don't zoom in on the cougar. Is this the one with the cat?
Increase size. Yeah, it's not letting me zoom in.
Yeah.
But here I think at least with QuickTime Player, I can
Here
go
it comes.
frame by
There it is
frame.
right there.
I can go frame by frame.
There it is. There's the white,
See,
green
that's-
Elantra.
Yeah, you can definitely tell. It's a light shade.
Yeah.
Backing up now.
Damn, too bad you couldn't like zoom
me,
in and overlay it and everything else.
Wait, let me open it in Adobe Premiere.
Don't be talking honey buns. I love those things, especially the frosted ones. The jumbo Texas size.
Mm-hmm.
That's diabetes special right there.
Yep. It'd be worth it.
Bullet says she's laughing so hard right now. Damn ramen noodles to make a spread. Sorrel is the name of the boot, I think. Common Sense is doing some back work over there.
Nice. Sorrel.
Doo-wops and bam bams.
Is that what is that the brand that we saw when we pulled it up?
No, that was a different one. It was something Van Seal or something like that.
Oh, right.
So if that was Brian right there, that was the first pass, right? Chili Mac spread.
What is this called again? Hold on. 3:21 a.m. This should come up if I search 3:21 a.m.
So you didn't answer me. Is this his first pass?
Well, I mean, it's hard to. The best I can tell you is that I mean we see the pass at 3:30 on
Yeah.
the Linda Lane footage. So this is 3:21. I mean, I just can't. I can't personally know for sure what those other cars that drive past.
I mean, I'm just asking that because this is the direction supposedly he came, right? He didn't come up
Right.
Walenta and come the other way around. Because then it would have been the wrong time at the wrong car. So whatever.
All right. So
Damn, these mosquitoes are violent.
okay. So okay, you should have this backstage now. Okay, I'm gonna take this.
Yeah, I pulled it up.
Let me take this clip. Okay, let me just put this over here.
Nike Hyper Chase has those bottoms. Okay. Are you talking about the boot or the diamonds? Every time I hear that word diamond, I think Lucy and the Diamonds in the Sky or something like that. You know that song?
Oh, Beatles, Lucy in the Sky.
Yeah.
Where is it? Okay, here it is. Wait, let me do it this way.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
All right.
Oh, okay. She's talking about the latent shoe print. That looks like white to me, Al. That does look white.
Now I'm sure a lot of people will
Right
look at
there.
this
You
and say,
see how the reflection of the light shines on it right there? The top of
yeah,
the top of the car?
yeah. I assume what that is. Wait, let me switch back. Let me zoom in a little further. This I'd assume that this is probably this window bouncing off the hood of the the top hood of the car right there. Yeah, see it
Yeah.
seems to line up with that window.
Okay,
And
rewind it.
you see all this noise in here. This is what people's I think like in the reflection videos as they call them. All this
Yeah.
noise that you see moving around, it's just like noise. It's not things moving.
I mean, too bad you can't know the dimensions of the car, like how long it is. Always thought that would be helpful because then you could kind of like gauge that with the. Oh man, that's the clear shot I've seen of this. That is a damn white car right there. What do y'all think, chat? You think that's the car?
Oops.
What do you think, Jeff?
Well, hard to say. I mean, I think it's easier to say like looking at the light bulb camera and looking at the Linda Lane camera 405. But if you were to have other cameras that spot the path of this car right here that you're seeing, to verify, like you see it on one camera, you see it now, it's at the next one, and the time, all makes sense. It's really hard to tell,
Yeah.
but I do believe this is. I mean, I would guess this is a white car,
Yeah,
not
I
a green
agree
car.
with
I
you.
don't see it as being a green car. And I think it's it might be too far away to hear any sound that that might, give you a clue.
But right there, when it gets close to that, go back. See where the window is right there. See how the light reflects off the car? You can see the white right there.
Yeah, I mean, like the side door looks, like a bright tone.
Yeah. It
The other
damn
thing
sure
too,
doesn't.
you notice how like this is where I think like everybody thinks that shot of the front that they say it looks like a license plate wrapped around it. That's one frame. Like if this is all we had is this one frame, and then all of a sudden they allowed you to see this frame and this frame and this frame, you'd be able to kind of put together, okay, this is what I'm actually seeing.
I mean, right there, that's the perfect shot right there. As that light shines on it.
And some people will probably say, "Oh, look, they scrubbed it. This is see how it's out of focus." I mean, this is the compression technology of the camera trying its best to make new pixels where there was, over here before the car comes in. I don't know if you can see. I mean I don't know. Here's how I understand video compression. It's that it tries its best. If nothing in the frame changes at all, the technology basically says just show the same frame you just showed. Nothing changed, so you don't have to recreate the new frame. So keep showing the same frame. To a point. I mean, it's having to do some because things are changing in the image. But for things that are really, it's a stationary camera and it's a stationary road, the lights, the cars that are parked, everything's stationary. So it can keep showing the same frames. But then new information enters the frame, this car going from right to left. And it's having to draw new pixels. And I believe it's just drawing new pixels in that area. Not everywhere else. Everywhere else around it that doesn't change, I think, is still going to show old pictures. So that's why it looks so sloppy and messy, and sometimes it's blurry. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing here. But this is, this is zoomed way, way in. It's very low quality video shot at night. It's probably not even the original video file, too. So this is probably a copy of a copy of a copy. And the original may have been like 4K, and this is like, this file right here is, hold on. This file here, you can see it's 1440 by 1080. But like one of the Linda Lane footage, the 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. clip that I have that I got from YouTube was 640 by 480. It's very small, which is weird though, because like 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. Yeah, let me see if I think. Like here you go, 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. I don't know if you can see this down here. 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. is 640 by 360. 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. These might not be my clips that I downloaded. This could be like the clips
Damn, I
from
wish I
Linda
could
Lane
see
archive.
the 4K video. That would be awesome.
Let's see. Oops.
Daniel, if you're still in here, how was your live tonight, bro?
So like this clip from 1228 to 1229 is 1280 by 720. You can see here's my Elantra overlay videos. You can get to see how the soup is made. So, but yes.
No problem, man. No problem. I'm glad it went well.
Good to see you, Daniel.
Does speed matter? I may be able to cite and ID the original version of the timing, time exposure, and detailed matter. Yeah, I saw a little bit of it, but I was like getting this one ready, so I wasn't able. I totally forgot all about it, bro. I was getting this stuff. I was all excited about the documents and stuff. I was like, man, I'm gonna get this going. I'm glad you had a good show. I'll watch it on replay. She does look like a good guest. I saw a little bit of her live earlier.
Oh, it was Andrea Levy, right?
And Jeanette, yeah.
Oh, I'm Anjanette. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to check that one out too.
So what's your general consensus on this, Jeff? You believe that's a white car right there?
Yeah, I would say it's a white car.
What do y'all think, Chad? Do y'all think that's a white car? I mean, right there is a perfect shot. Right under that window. Right there. There's no way in hell that's green. Do you know if the two Linda Lane cams are the same? Jeff,
They're
are the
the-
two...
I mean, they're the same. You mean in like the timestamps and?
No, he's meaning is, are they the same type of cameras? Like, are they the same kind you have?
I think they're the same brand, but they're different. They look different. The one on the 1320 is more like a tube. It's almost like not too far from like a toilet paper roll tube. And then the one that's at 1330 Linda Lane is more like it's a round, you've seen it on my camera before. So I think they are all, at least those two are Reolink brand cameras.
Can you show that without the analytical stuff around there? You just show the screen.
Yeah, let me zoom in even further. It gets to a point where it's just ridiculously zoomed in too far, and
Right. I mean, that's not bad right there. Right there. Go back a little bit. Right there. No. Right there.
sorry, I keep moving it. Is that the one you like? Or probably the one before.
Well, zoom back out a little bit. Zoom back
This is the
out
one
a
where the
little
light is reflecting off the roof
Yeah.
the most.
Are they wired, both of them, or are they solar?
Oh, well, that's one thing Kane said, that the 1320 Linda Lane camera is on like a timer, and it's wireless. He said that it kept losing connection with the network, so he put it on a timer. So I think it actually cuts the time off every hour or so that then it forces it to reconnect to the Wi-Fi, which might be, I think what he was trying to say was that's an explanation for maybe some of the clips, being.
I mean, if you look back, if you're away from your screen, you can see that this is a lighter colored vehicle. I don't see that it's silver or gray. It looks white to me. I mean, the window area could possibly be the same shape.
And I'm trying to find that email to let you know what he said here.
Texas says definitely a white car. I need to watch some of these on my TV. That way I can see it, in a big variation versus the small image. PKC says, I can't believe how bright the taillights are. I have to really look to see the front from the back.
So here's what he said. He said, because I asked him about the gaps in the 1320 dumpster footage. He said, regarding gaps in the 1320 dumpster footage, indeed there was a gap each night back then. That camera is the only one connected via Wi-Fi, and I was having problems with it going offline from time to time. So I put a cheap Christmas light timer that I had laying around on the Wi-Fi access point, the only device connecting it to its 1320 dumpster camera, that could only be programmed on and off in 30-minute increments. I had it power cycle the Wi-Fi in the wee morning hours, thinking that was the least likely time that I would need to refer to the footage. He says, remember that at that time we were using the cameras to see when people were piling shit around the dumpster that they shouldn't, or for parking issues. We never thought the footage would be used in a murder investigation. I still power cycle the Wi-Fi, but shortly after the murders, I replaced the timer with one that could be programmed in minute increments. So he said that's probably
So
what
Jeff,
the deal is
Jeff,
with the time
with
gap.
this image right here, if you, I don't know how you do your overlays, but if you were able to screenshot this and then go and do the overlay where he's doing the 3-point turn, that would
Mm-hmm.
you would be able to put this car over that car because it almost looks like the perfect angle.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough there to learn anything. It's just it's so. I mean, you get a little bit of the window. Let me see. I'm not sure what I called that Elantra. Well, I can steal it from this overlay video. This is it. Yeah, that's it. Where did it go by? I've lost where the car goes. Where does that happen? Oh, there it is. Right there. Come on.
You're watching the master work. Silence, everyone. We're going for part 2.
And so now technically this is going to have to
Jeff H. rears back. Lands his sight. Can you flip the car?
yeah, doing a horizontal flip. I can, let me just crop off the letters.
He's working, doing his magic.
Let me mark the frame that we like. This one.
Go
right?
back a little bit.
Is that the one?
It's right. Go back a little bit. One more.
Wait, that one? I think it's
No.
the one.
Okay.
I think it's this one. This one's better.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't think there's much there to you know, take the oops.
Okay, as he lines up the 2 Elantras with the overlay, Jeff H. is working his magic.
Going even further. All right, so the length is about something like that.
He
See,
rears back.
I don't think
He-
there's enough.
there it
of
is,
a
right there.
window.
Look at that window. Right there. Perfect. Perfect.
I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't be convinced. That's not enough for me to say. I mean,
I'm convinced.
a lot of people will say with the overlay that I did on the other thing, it's like, oh, that could be any car, but I don't think so. This one, I could agree. This could be.
We'll put it up
You know,
full
any
screen
car.
so we can see it. I mean, we just see your.
True.
Come on, you don't see that? That don't look like the same damn car. Come on.
No,
Jeff.
I mean, it's not. No, it's
Jeff.
not enough to convince me. You're convinced that that's the same car? I would like the Magic 8 Ball. No, is it the Magic 8 Ball? I thought it said something like "need more information" or no,
I
Magic 8 Ball would
mean,
say something like "can't answer at this time." But
put that. There you go. Put the overlay. Look, the windows line up perfect, bro.
if you say so, I don't. I like I say, I think I would need. What's everybody in chat think?
We're gonna go to the chat now. See what they have to say on this shot. Chat, what do you feel about this shot? Do you believe that this is a white Elantra? It sure looked close to me too. Leslie, stop it. What car? She said it's a truck. Oh my God. Nina, what do you think? Well, I don't think it's green. That's what Mountain Mama says. Right, go back. Right there. Now put that overlay right there.
Let me show you. You want to see the 4:05 a.m. overlay in the same kind of configuration where you can see. I can show you how I lined up the window.
I mean, we're at 3 hours. What time, right? I think the longest we've ever been on live has been 4 hours and 30 minutes, Jeff.
Yeah, we have to break a record.
I don't know. I'll give you probably another 30 minutes or so, but how you doing, Mountain Mama? Glad you're here. JB Hogg, I still see you. PKC, I hope that you're feeling a little better from that spill. Leslie says, 12 gauge, relax. We're working here.
Yeah, so here's the Elantra. You know, I think it's the Elantra. Car pulling in. Okay, let me turn off this layer for a second.
Yeah, bell pepper sounds good.
See, it comes to a stop right there.
So what if you take that Elantra off that photo and you overlay that on the other one? Is that like magic?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you would see anything other than. I mean, again, when I look at the other one, you do get a sense of the length of the car, but this one, see, can you see my mouse? Is my mouse here? You see the mouse?
No.
Oh yeah, it's real small. It's there, but
Okay, down at the bottom, yeah. I see it.
so,
You see it, right? You see it.
So anyway, I was looking at this. See this curve? You know, it's a smooth curve up to this point right here.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the top curve of the windshield. That's what I was lining this up. The windshield. If I take it and bring down the opacity, you see I was looking. I think I was grabbing it. See this point right here? I was basically grabbing this point of the window, trying to place it right inside there. And you see it lines
See, I
up
read
with the curve on the top.
this in a Texas twang. If this dumbass was so damn smart, why in the hell didn't he think, damn, there might be cameras? What an idiot. I think I'm going to get the massages out. I could feel my back tweak. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry to hear that. Back pain sucks.
So anyway, I mean, believe me, when I set out to do this, I thought I would put this on here. It won't match, and I'll say nope. I can't tell you that. Just like with the other shot, I'm not convinced that's an Elantra. I was ready to say this isn't an Elantra either, but when I put that, and I have to kind of guess where the front point of the windshield is because under the S of sun. But when you line it up and I angled it to where I thought the same angle, I mean, that seems like a match. And if I turn it on and off,
So what was the general consensus of that, Jeff? Did people agree or disagree?
no, I mean, most people that look at it and they say, yeah, that looks like an Elantra. I mean, there were some people that left a lot of comments that they thought it was some other vehicle. And if you're the other, you don't like to use the words that we use for each side, right?
Well, just say the opposition, Jeff. That'll be
The
better.
opposition. The opposition tends to not show this video,
Right.
which I think
right.
is kind of interesting. Of all the videos that they show, I mean, Bubbling Waters and all kinds of videos that they show, but not this one. Won't show this one. They will say, Jeff, when I'm on there, Jeff H, he does some really nice visual work and audio. Do you show it? No, we ain't show it. We ain't going to show it here, but you do nice work. We ain't going to show it over here.
Yeah. I remember being in a live. Well, does anybody have a good 911 copy that we could use? Hey, over here. I got one. I got a good one in the end. No. Does anybody have a 911?
That's
Like
just Jeff
you-
H. Just ignore him.
Does anyone have a 911 copy that we could use?
He's too thorough, and he reaches different conclusions than what we're setting out to
Yeah.
reach.
No, we're not going to use his. He could have tweaked it and made them say something else. Did what's his name? Gray Hughes do one of these like that?
Yeah, you know what the day I got blocked on Gray Hughes was the day. See what he was doing. What was he doing? Oh, he was showing like. Wait, let me put this back the way it was. So this was. So see how I've got it? It's on, it's off, it's on, it's off. He had it like this. If I stretch this out, put a little quick dissolve between it. I think he was doing like this. Wait, it's dissolving from itself to itself. Hold on. What am I thinking? I don't edit as well when I know if somebody's watching.
Gray Hughes has it in 3D. Wow.
So he was basically doing like it fade down and fade right back up so quick that you never got a chance to just breathe in the actual real image. It was just real fast, up down, up down. So it's mostly your eyes, I think, were perceiving only the overlay, not the actual image. And I made a suggestion in the chat. It's like if you leave just like a second, just so we can get our palate to taste the original image, that just advice, little tip, one editor to another, boom, blocked. Get out of here with that. You're just trying to promote your own channel. It's like, all right, fine. Just trying to be helpful.
Texas says, "Damn, Jeff, you hold the Guinness Book of World Record for getting blocked on YouTube." I don't know.
Yeah.
I might be a close second. I was heard today that Jeff and I are exactly alike. So I don't know how many people I've been blocked on. We're all waiting and watching, Jeff. No pressure.
But this is the part that I thought was interesting too. I thought, I'll leave the overlay over the screen, but I'll bring it down, and then I tried just eyeballed it as the car's backing up. I backed up as well. See,
Yeah.
actually, if I slide this over so it doesn't fade out.
Truth says, hell no, he doesn't. I'm first. Walt says he has to be in the 5. Well, damn, where'd that put me? Number 3? I think today I ended up on a lot of block list.
I told you, soft answer turns away wrath.
I think a lot of my mods got blocked the other day on a chat. Probably 5 of them.
Yeah, see, I hate to return to the days of, oh, you're friends with that one, so you block them. You can't be over here.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
really is like, it really reminds me of like middle school playground. I can't be friends with you because you're friends with that one, and my
Oh,
friend,
that
like
was,
big
yeah, that's
group of,
exactly what it is. It's like guilty by association.
yeah, my group of friends won't be friends with me any longer. Sends me super chats if I'm friends. Oh, did I slip that in? Won't be friends with me if I'm friends with you, and I just have to. I mean,
Yeah.
I think he even did say, because I've been blocked over there many times, and he did say something that actually it made sense to me. It's like he basically said, I block you because it just starts to create such friction over here with everybody. So I thought, okay. So for the sake of the group, let's let go
Let's
of this one
sacrifice.
Jeff H. Jeff H is out the door because he's triggering everybody else, and they can't. They're reading his words off of the chat, and they're getting triggered and upset, and we can't have that. So it's like. But ask me, have I ever been upset or angry or triggered by anything that they've said? They're just talking. They're just sharing their opinions. They're just different opinions. No big deal. We're adults, aren't we? I think we are.
Well,
Used to
some
be.
people are. Some people are. I mean,
And I
the
still,
whole mentality of, I got to show you who I am. And I mean, in reality, do you ever walk down the street and say, I'm Jeff H, I have a channel on YouTube, blah, blah, blah? Or do
no, I
people
got,
ever just run up on you and go, Jeff H, Jeff H, Jeff H?
no.
I've yet to have one person that isn't related to me say, 12 gauge, I love your channel, bro.
Who do you think you are, JLR?
Right, exactly. I mean,
Yeah,
we're
you got
really
it.
not that relevant other than our subs. That's it.
Did Leslie say I bring it on too?
She
Do I
says she
bring it
brings
upon
it,
myself?
and you bring it on too. That's what she said. Her Leslie.
I would like to think that I respond to what's thrown at me, but I mean, and I ask questions, and I know the questions that I'm asking are like, but it makes you wonder: is there any possibility? Is one or two in the chat that would love to ask the same questions I'm about to ask in there, but they're like, I ain't gonna do that. I don't want
See,
to get
she
blocked.
said, see. But in reality, I mean, what's wrong with somebody being who they are? Why do we want to change them because we don't like them or
You
we
know,
don't
you know,
like
one
how they present?
one sure way to get yelled at by a bunch of people and get blocked is like to go in there and say, well, maybe Xana's body was covered with a blanket. Steve G did mention blanket, and that once the blanket was lifted, they realized the reality of the situation. That could imply that maybe she was covered with a blanket. Get the hell out of here with the blanket. You're starting because you know what they probably really.
Why wasn't there any blood on that blanket, Jeff? There wasn't any blood in the room.
But you know what it says to me when they get that angry about it? They say, we are trying to push the narrative that Dylan knew, ran past, saw all the blood, and knew she was dead, and she was either involved, she was connected, she knew about it, and she's trying to cover it up. So you bringing the blanket in here is going to mess that up for us. That's what I interpret it as. Instead of, is this not probable? Does it not explain why from a distance, like from the end of the staircase, that you look down the hall and you see Xana's got a blanket on her? Maybe you're like, another Saturday night, Xana's passed out on the floor. Look, Ethan's put a blanket on her again to let her sleep it off. No, not probable. Doesn't fit the narrative of we got to get these surviving roommates to taste the guilt that our precious BK is receiving.
No, I didn't tell him about the email you sent. Some things are, between you and I.
But
Hell,
again,
my
I don't get
no,
upset.
my
Different.
$177 for the month makes me a grifter. That is
You know the
some
ki-
real grift money right there, buddy.
What do you think about Leslie's question? 12 gauge. What do you think? What
What
killer is going
killer
to
is gonna
stop?
stop and put a blanket on it?
What killer
I
is going to sit in a chair for
yeah,
who knows how long? What killer might put the blanket on as he's saying, "It's okay. I'm going to help you."
yeah.
I mean, is there any possibilities that, in this moment, he's like, does it make the moment more special to be kind of weird, creepy, and Ted Bundy like as you're doing it? It's like, this is the opportunity. Don't just come in here, do that, and just run out. Do something memorable. Do something, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I don't, I don't know.
I
I'm
mean, I'm
happy.
just
I'm happy to have my own platform where I can say what I want, and it still pisses people off regardless. You know what I mean? It's like I'm not trying to piss people off, but the fact that they can come over here and they can be upset with something that is not even associated with them just makes me wonder, like, what kind of ownership, narcissistic quality do they possibly possess? You know what I mean?
yeah. But I mean, like right now. So Leslie and I have a disagreement on things right here. No big deal. Not a
Y'all say,
problem. Nothing to see here. No worries. No problem. Nobody's even entering the realm of getting blocked or angry or you know.
I mean, let me
But I'm
ask you this. Let me ask you this question though. How often do I cuss, Jeff? Do I cuss every live I do? Do you hear me cussing every live I do?
no. You're a light cusser, definitely.
So that live that we did that night, the three of us streaming, did you recall hearing me say any cuss word to anybody during that supposed interaction I had with an individual?
Oh, the one that rhymes with messy.
Yeah, yeah. Did you hear
um,
me say any cuss words whatsoever to the extent of "get the f out of here" if you don't like it?
yeah, I don't recall that. I remember, when he entered the room. I think I remember you saying, "Oh, look who it is." And that's why I assumed that the way that went down was that you had some earlier interaction before that, right?
Well,
With
we
him or
did. We
something.
had an interaction on JB Gunners, and that's when I made a statement, and it started from there. So it kind of, I didn't even know who the dude was until some people were telling me about him. I kind of checked into him, and I was like, okay, now I see what you are talking about.
Yeah, Texas. He's living right now in Thailand, I believe.
Yeah, light cusser. Now, if you would have been in here, truth, that would have been not a light cussing moment.
You know the thing that gets me though when I'm like debating with him on things, because I know people close to me that do the same thing to me, and it really can bug you when they tell you what you think. Oh, you think this, or you believe this. It's like, why are you're incorrect for one, but wouldn't it be better to just say, tell me, Jeff, do you believe this? And then it'd be a different matter, because then I'd tell you, no, I don't believe that. But when you're saying, oh, you believe the earth is flat, Jeff believes the earth is flat, that's just irritating, because then, all they're doing is they're trying to pull you in. It's like he's not going to let that hang out there. He's going to have to refute it, clarify it. I know full well that I'm wrong, but I'm just going to say it anyway. Yeah, it's really irritating but again, I still enjoy the debate and the conversation.
Would think of it like this: like right now, you and I are having a conversation, and somebody comes in the chat and they start making fun of you.
Hmm.
Do they not see all the people around that are going to be like, "Who the hell is this guy?" Right? Like, are we just going to let some random dude come into the chat, whether he's in your chat, whether he's in this chat, some random dude just come in here and call us all a name? Like, Because that wasn't just at you, that was at everybody. So what are the guilters up to tonight? There was 3 streams going on, so there was 3 streams of quote unquote guilters, right? Is that
I
not
got
true? Is
I
that
got
not
stinky
true?
feet.
Is that
Yeah,
not
but
true?
I mean, I personally didn't take it as like a,
I
you
didn't
know,
either, but I have boundaries, right? I
yeah,
don't I
yeah,
don't let you call people names. So I mean, you're free to do what you want. You're a grown up, but I mean, in the chat,
right.
I'm always
But that's
saying
kind
no.
of,
Come on, Jeff.
but I just assume that the two names that we have for either side was just the accepted name. I mean, it, like I said, maybe it's just because that name is so close to the word guitar, which is something I love, so it's not that different to be called the Jeff the guitarist or the guitarist. I'm fine with. But what does it mean all these years that I've been saying your enemy today can be your friend tomorrow? Leave the door open to that. You know what that means? That means no matter what they say, it's fine. It's fine. That's the way they feel today. Because tomorrow they might feel differently. And who
I
somebody
doubt
just
it.
said
I
somebody
I
just said in the chat, you sounded just like Detective John. He doubted it too. He doubted it too. And but I'm not gonna get upset at your our difference of opinion
because
on that
Jeff,
either.
in reality, people don't change their stripes. If they show you this behavior more than once and they continue showing this behavior, you meet them where they're at, not where you want them to be. That's called motivational interviewing.
Yeah.
You don't take them where you want them to be because that's unrealistic. You take
But
them what
still,
they're showing you right now.
I've had at least probably 10 or less. I mean, it's not a lot, but 10 or less people email me and apologizing like, "Jeff, I'm really sorry. You know, what things I said in the past, what I thought of you, what I thought you where I thought you were coming from, I was wrong and I just want to apologize." And I mean, I appreciate that very much. I mean, that is very nice. That is what that's the way I think it's supposed to go. And that's because I don't think they would do that if I would have just laid into them and like, gotten all
Well,
in.
why get so upset at you, Jeff? Like, there's a lot of people that get blatantly like angry and they start just all this. I mean, what causes a normal do you ever get that in public? Like when you're talking to people, do people just start yelling at you out of the blue and cussing you out and all this other stuff? I mean,
Well, there are times, work for somebody and they, there's a disagreement about how we're going to light something or shoot a video or something. And I just stay calm and later on after the shoot, hey, I'm sorry, I apologize for, I just got, whether they either misunderstood what I was suggesting or it just, oftentimes they're just say, I was slow to realize that you were right and my idea wasn't, we should have gone with your idea, you know, um, not
but
always, but
you missed the question, Jeff. I'm just saying, like in
why
real
are they
life,
so mad?
yeah,
Why do people get so mad?
like if people reacted this way in real life, like we were sitting in a meeting room and we're all the chat, you and I were at the front of the room, and then 3 people walk in and they start yelling insults at us or insults at our thoughts. Would that sound logical? Would that sound appropriate? No, it
No, but I
wouldn't.
think that
And the
shows you
same
what
thing
this is
vice
a very
versa.
different environment though. This is keyboard warriors behind their computer screens where they feel safe and they feel like they can just behave like they would never would in public. And they like, hey, here comes a guy. He doesn't seem to fight back. He's a Christian and everybody else in the room seems to be hating on him. Let's pile on. That seems to be kind of like sometimes happens.
See, now
But
you're getting
I
into your
think it's
true thoughts of it.
but I really think it it's not the expected results that people expect to get, right? I mean,
Well, even your soft answer still infuriates people. So I don't know if it's you or if it's your approach or whatever. I mean, because people have this made up perception of who you are. You know, it is.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I mean, I don't know how long you've been cruising these YouTube streets, but I've only
When
been
did
here about
this?
a year
I
and
mean, this.
5 months or so.
I mean, I started getting into it with. Yeah, I was on T Rev show and the other guy's show. Early on. Was that 2022? Right, is when this happened. So this has been. So it's just a couple years, but this is. I mean, this is the way I. This is just the way I am. I mean, I know maybe there's some times where I should just let things drop. That might diffuse. But the thing is like once it starts, you start a back and forth, and it's like a tennis match, and somebody just has to decide the tennis match is over. We're not keeping score. We're just hitting the ball back and forth over the net. And I go over this way. It's Brian's guilty. The ball comes up from the other side. No, he's innocent. No, he's guilty. No, he's innocent.
But when it's all said and done,
Mm-hmm.
does it really matter if he's guilty or innocent? What's the payoff? That's what I'm asking. And I don't get that. People get so upset over the thought of you or I'm going to speak for myself. I can't speak for you. Over I saying, I believe he's guilty. That infuriates people. Infuriate them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what does it really matter? That's my thought. That's my beliefs.
I mean, I know people get people, of course, like their own thoughts and like their own conclusions they come to. Now, maybe
But
I could
you're
be a
not
little
free.
more.
You're not free to have your own thoughts, though. People get infuriated by you, like me saying, I believe he's guilty.
Mm-hmm.
People get infuriated. Innocent till proven guilty. Okay, I get that, but in my mind, this is what I believe. Does that make me stupid? Does that make me an imbecile? Does that make me not educated? Does that make me all the above? For a lot of people, they're checking off the boxes. But what makes
Mm-hmm.
them so much more right and me wrong? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, what makes one side versus the other when they're so limited of what we've seen in the trial?
Yeah, yeah. Shoot, I don't know. I just think this is all human
I mean,
nature.
do you
I
believe
think-
he's guilty? Do you believe he's guilty?
Well, I mean, I think everything
No,
that
no. Yes or
from
no?
I'm
Yes or no?
basing it.
Yes or no?
Well, what's that Magic 8 Ball say? All signs
Yes
point to
or no?
yes. All signs point to yes. My Magic 8 Ball says all sign. The signs that we have, well, we don't have all the signs, but the signs that I see point to yes more than no. I mean, I could
Okay,
pretend
Chad. How many of you believe he's guilty? Put guilty in the chat
Doubts,
if you
no-
believe. In the chat, if you believe he's guilty, type the word guilty.
I'm just saying that we don't without
No,
I'm
no,
not going
no,
to sit
no.
here. I'm not going to sit here with 50% of the evidence and say 100% sure about something. That's what I'm
Well,
saying. With what we have,
I'm
it
looking
looks
at
guilty.
60% of what I know in real life experience, plus what we've been shown, equals my decision.
Hmm.
And people don't like that because they say, well, you're not smart enough to make those assumptions. Well, they're not assumptions. It's training, it's education, it's, understanding of the circumstances. It's
Mhm.
not just getting on YouTube and watching other people and making up my mind that way. That's not what I do,
Yeah, I think Mountain Mom is 100% right. People they're looking to be mad, and they'll find something to be mad about.
Yeah.
I think the thing too, it's like, because all they have to do, it's like all I'm doing is typing words on a screen. They don't have to respond. They don't have to engage at all, but they do. And I think Mountain Mama's right. I think they're like, Man, everybody in here is in agreement in this damn chat room. This sucks. Oh, Jeff's here. He's going to say something. There it is. Let's all get him. Get him.
But
Let's
look
be
at
mad
this,
together.
look at this comment. It says, "But Jeff, in chat, you seem pretty sure, right?"
I mean, I'm as sure as I can be based on everything I know.
Okay.
I'm not going to sit here and say I know he's guilty, or that I know he's guilty for sure. But man, everything sure seems to point. If you ask me, is it a drunk frat guy that did this, or is it BK? Well, I'm leaning towards BK, definitely. I mean, you got to leave yourself open to.
Believe. No, but you believe.
Can you be
that
wrong?
The Light Elantra that we just spent probably an hour and a half viewing all that footage and listening to it and everything. You have to believe that logical mindset tells you everything that we've been told up to this point. That car circled 5 times, right? You had timestamps 5 different times.
Right.
How could that be wrong? You know, how could that be manipulated? You're a camera guy. Do you think they went in there and manipulated every timestamp?
No, but I think when we only had the Linda Lane footage, remember I was always saying, when we have the light bulb camera, then we're going to know a little better. We're going to see the car first on the light bulb and then on Linda Lane, and we'll be able to say, you know, I mean, I think the whole Chrysler 300 thing went out the window now that we see the car when it passes the Linda Lane or the light bulb camera first and then Linda Lane. I think we can line them up. Actually, let me see if I can find the sequence.
No.
Sequence.
Let me ask you another question while we're on this topic, because I've always wanted to talk this topic with somebody. Now we have the light bulb camera, because you always said, I want to see what's on that light bulb camera. Now we have the light bulb camera. The timestamps of the light bulb camera passing by kind of correspond with a couple seconds to the Linda Lane. Does that not even add even more suspicious activity? Yes or no?
I think it confirms.
Or do you believe that the car that they see in the light bulb camera, as soon as that car passed out of the line of sight, that car vanished, and another car? You're smiling at me on your photo. I'm like, stop it! And another car, another car reappeared, and there was a different car that passed around the building, and then all of a sudden, when it came back to the light bulb camera, poof! It vanished again. And then became another car. Do you think that's what happened?
No. I mean, I've got a sequence that I was working on where I even used the Dateline footage with all the both Linda Lane cameras, and but yeah, no, I think the light bulb camera. Now, is it impossible that the car goes? I mean, it would have to park out of sight of the Linda Lane camera, like maybe behind the house, hop into a similar car. But again, I think this all comes together with the more cameras you have around the same times, you put the puzzle pieces together.
Well, we heard in this document that I read the other day, and people don't like documents either because they could be made up and, you know, biased or whatever. But it said over 10 camera image, you know, where it captured images of the car. 10 or 11 cameras, I think. So that's a lot of cameras to capture one vehicle, right? And what are the odds that these same cameras, well, this camera's right here, this camera's 3 houses down, this camera's 5 houses down, they all capture the same type of vehicle? What I'm saying is, what are the odds of this vehicle going in continuum and being the same vehicle? Or do people believe that this car, when this camera caught the image, the car poofed, vanished, another car appeared, and that's when it caught another car on the other camera? Do you get what I'm saying?
Right. I mean, well, like I said, it's like Snoopy, the Macy's Day Parade, right? That's the best analogy I can see. Here, ladies and gentlemen, we see Snoopy at 41st Street. Let's switch to a different camera. Wait, this is a Snoopy. There's a Snoopy at 42nd Street. Hold on. A few minutes later, there's a Snoopy at 44th Street. How many Snoopies are out there? There's 22,000 registered Snoopies in New York City. But now let's narrow them down. Snoopy doesn't have a front license plate, so that narrows it down to a fewer Snoopies. What color? Snoopy is somehow green all of a sudden.
Damn it, the guy put the wrong filter on the camera.
So,
I like that. Stopped and let another one pass him. Oh my God. See how we're having fun with it? I mean, I'm not making fun of anybody. I'm just trying to give you, that kind of perspective that a lot of people have. Is like, well, it's not continuous footage. Okay, so your mind doesn't go in continuum. It stops one camera at a time.
mm-hmm.
You can't articulate a thought from camera to camera. It only goes from camera, and then all of a sudden you can't think in between till the next camera. And then all of a sudden your brain lights up again and says, oh, I got a thought. Now let me turn my brain off, go 5 houses down. Oh, now I got another thought. It just silly. It's silly, right?
Let me show you just a little piece of this little thing. This is 406.
Okay, really quick, and then I gotta go.
It's really quick.
Okay.
Let me make it bigger. So this is wait, play.
Leslie
So
says
I just
he brought the helicopter on Banfield.
So here you say 407. And here's 407 on Linda Lane. So I was hoping we'd get like the full light bulb camera, so I could just, have it always up in the upper left corner. But I mean, this is kind of what you're asking, right? That car we saw in the light bulb camera.
Is it the same car? Because we didn't see any other images from the light bulb camera to this camera.
Yeah, let me back up. And I mean, I think this kind of thing gives you. Also, I don't know if you noticed, I zoomed in because you can see the reflection in that house, but not that it really tells you much, other than it's kind of cool that you see the tail light reflection.
Yeah, that is cool. How'd you slow it down like that?
I was just rewinding the video there.
See, like that shot right there, I think that you could put that other car overlaid on that, and you could possibly get a comparison shot.
So he goes out of sight, 40710. Now he's kind of
Today,
approaching. He's going up that
Kim
long
is being
building.
brought back up Dave from Lana's interview because he's running out of crap to talk about. Same show from 2 years ago. Pretty much. All right, Nina, we will probably be over there as soon as I close up shop over here. Did the helicopter have some kind of silencer on it? Keep half the town from being able to hear it? I guess the helicopter was cloaked in invisibility so no one could see it. Kind of like Wonder Woman plane, right? That's what it was.
Oh, the invisible plane.
Yeah, Wonder Woman had her plane come and pick up the 4 kids. Now they're in witness protection program.
I always thought it was so cool when Wonder Woman was dodging the bullets with her wrists, the wristbands. Ping, ping.
Yeah. God. I know that's what they're saying, Leslie. I mean, that's why we're like totally dumbfounded. Thank you so much for that. You said you're going hard with motivational interviewing. Next, you're going to start talking about restorative justice. Hey, I did a paper on that today on restorative justice. Airwolf. There you go. That's who picked him up. The Airwolf helicopter. He had to see that 1112 camera at some point, don't you think? What do you think, Jeff?
You would think so, but if he's not, it might not catch your eye because it's in a light bulb socket. You might not be looking for that shape. He might, unless you're already familiar with. I mean, I don't know that I knew there were security cameras that you could just screw into your light bulb socket until this case. So I learned about it after, and I don't know that, like researching Ted Bundy, he would have learned that because I don't think that probably ever came up. I don't, unless Ted Bundy encountered one, but I doubt it.
He did.
How many years ago was that?
What, 1970 something?
Oh, okay, yeah, that's the 70s. So there's no light bulb cameras back then.
Look at this comment. The head meatball is going over 4chan. Just when I thought he couldn't get any lower, he does. They don't call themselves meatballs for nothing, right?
I'm telling you, it'll be interesting when the trial is going on and as we start to learn things. I'm prepared for whichever direction it goes. So somehow we are completely wrong about everything that we believe, fine. But I have a strong gut feeling that they're gonna be like, oh wow, we were so far off on so many things.
You're wishful thinking right there, Jeff. They're not going to concede no matter what.
You don't think so?
Not. No. They're going to find holes in everything that's spoken in trial. Everybody paid the jury off. They paid these witnesses off. Everybody's crooked. Don't you know that's the easiest way to...
Well, I mean, I guess I might have rose-colored glasses in this, and that I just would like to think that we're all searching for the truth of what happened. It's just some of us have brain damage, and some of us don't.
They would never concede.
No, but that our thinking, what I meant to say is that our thinking is different. Maybe our motivation is different, too. I mean, the thing is if you go with law enforcement's narrative, you probably have less material to go live about, to get super chats about, Now, when you start talking like, what did this creator what did this creator do? They did a video. Oh, who is it? Oh, that person? Yeah, we've never even suspected them. They might as well be a suspect now. Let's make them a suspect.
Come on, Jeff, you know. No, they want excuses. They're like asshole. Everybody has one and they all stink. That's what my coach used to tell me.
But don't you think, I mean, we're all trying to figure it out. We're all trying to figure out what is... I don't know. But when I hear them with the logic that they use and that the stuff they believe, and that this amazing acting job on the 911 call is just beyond me. It's like I didn't even know any of them were in a drama class or had John Malkovich as an instructor. I mean, they're really that good, and that they can't understand that they read that they went up the stairs into the house, checked things out, went back downstairs. And then when they got on the 911 call, they went up the stairs again. How is that possible? How'd they go up the stairs twice? It's like, really? They reenacted. They reenacted the scene. No, is it possible that you go into the house and you say, "Oh my gosh, the house is on fire. I better go call the fire department." So you go call them, and then you got them on the phone. Now you run back in. I just don't get it. It's like I don't know. It really makes you feel like, what's that game that are they like? Am I the asshole? type of game. It's like sometimes I guess I still keep that open. It's like, wait, am I the loony one? Am I the crazy one? They
Has
can't.
anyone heard that DM went to the G's house to demand that Kaylee be her one for the party? Yeah, we've heard that. This is like the one act play Our Town. Did you ever go over that in high school?
No, it sounds familiar, but I never experienced it.
Yeah,
What is that about?
kind of like what you're talking about. Best part, Dago playing Maddie in charge with Dylan. Hey, they didn't play that. That's their daily roles. Wonder who the giver and who the catcher is. Let's not rule out Enan Harsh or whatever his name was. He needs another sugar mod since his left.
Did you hear today they were playing an old episode from Lana with Dave? And did you notice how many times Dave said the word like? And his voice, I think, is pitch shifted down, so it sounds real low.
Yeah.
But I couldn't help but start to wonder. It's like a lot of these phrasings that he's using sure sound like Enan Harsh.
It sure did,
I was going to
didn't
look
it?
into it. I was going to look and see if there's a way to pitch shift the voice back up to normal to try and see what it sounds like. Although I think I did that already. Yeah, I think I might have done that. I might have tried doing that already.
Is that what being metrosexual means? That you're the catcher?
But I think with that, it seems to me. Tell me if you feel the same way. If law enforcement said it, they don't want to hear it. They don't buy it. They're
Right.
going to question it. Law enforcement is like, I used to get this when I used to go into chat rooms and we debate about Christian things and atheist things. If I said something, if I prefaced it with, this is from the Bible, they don't want to hear it. But if I just said, hey, I heard something once, goes something like this. And then they might say, hey, that's pretty wise. That's good stuff. Where's that from? Oh, you like that? It's pretty good, right? Yeah, it's like, oh, it's from the Bible. Oh, I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want nothing to do with it. It's like, oh, okay.
Now, if you
okay.
say I read that in Playboy, you'd
Right,
have
right.
an active audience, right?
Yeah, maybe that's when I go in the chats. I got to say, yeah, I was just reading in Law Enforcement or Idiots magazine, and it said,
Look at this comment. Why does Dago and Tommy look like raccoons to me with them black circles around their eyes? It's from the research they're doing, Texas.
what are you eating? You got chips or something going on.
Yeah, sorry about that, chat. I got the munchies.
Man, I got to tell you, though, that little clip, it was good to see Detective John again.
Yeah, he was in the chat last night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think when I watched that with Detective John, I think he got so much hell for that. And if you watch, he's not anywhere near as bad as YouTubers have gotten lately.
Man,
You
there's
know.
women in the chroma. It's just like it's all out war on Brittany J, isn't it?
Oh my gosh.
You know who that lady is? I don't have nothing. I don't know nothing about that lady, but she supposedly kicked the cat. That's all I know.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know nothing. Nothing.
Yeah, I used to go on Brittany J's channel a lot when she was talking about true crime stuff. Remember the guy? I forgot the guy's name, but there was the pickup truck exchange in the parking lot, and you could see somebody hand the guy or the big fat guy a rag, and so you knew the mother was in the truck, the pickup truck, and and the woman was pregnant that was killed. I can't remember the name now. It's fit, but I remember, she was covering that, but it seems like now I have no reason to go over there because every live stream is about it's like the Hatfields and the McCoys. They're just battling it out. And it's like I could come back a week later and be right. The battle would look the same. It's just the more battle, more anger. I think again to Mountain Mamas, they're feeding the audience. The audience wants to be mad. The audience wants to be mad that what they say about the one that we like. Oh, I want to be mad about that.
Yeah.
I don't see where does any of it get you? It's not heading towards a resolve. It's heading towards a temperature raising of the heat of the hate that you feel right now. We're gonna just keep on raising the heat.
Yeah, I don't know anything about her, Mama. I mean, I just know that people were giving her hell about that. So that's all I know. I mean, I don't really like to visit those channels over there because they're pretty vicious. They're pretty vicious.
You ever
all
hear
the
like
song.
sometimes people think that like in a World Wrestling Federation that the two people that you see battling it out in the ring are actually friends, and they plan it all out, and they know it feeds the audience to see them fight. I think I even heard one about a guy who went to like a Wrestling Federation type of show, and then went out to dinner somewhere, and then did see the two people that were fighting at dinner. It's like
Yeah, I've kind of wondered that if it's like, well, I'm gonna go on tonight. This is what I'm gonna talk about. So tomorrow you come on and you rebuttal that and make me look like crap. But at
right,
some point,
right.
I mean, if we were to do that, at some point one of us would get butt hurt. I know it. I know.
I know you would.
I'd have to start attacking you hardcore. It'd be like, I cannot do the soft answer. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the safe words would even be thrown out the window. It's like, hey, I said the safe word.
It'd be like, I cannot. You went too far right there. All right. That's how you want to do it. We're just playing, remember? No, that's too far. That was personal right there. You should have never spoken on that, you know?
But I said the safe word. I said Murphy's bark. Murphy's bark. Murphy's bark.
Yeah. Well, man, I gotta cut it. It's been 4 hours, and my girlfriend's probably gonna be, lonely.
You in
Gotta
trouble?
go. Not in trouble. She's cool. She watches. She's been watching.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
But
That's
I mean,
cool.
4 hours is too long to really, be doing all this. But I appreciate everybody in the chat. All the stuff that's said here. It is my channel, so everybody's safe saying it here. If other people don't like it, they can say what they want, but we don't have to defend anything. You know what I mean?
Say, don't let the door hit you where the good Lord splits you.
See, he went there. So much for soft answers, right?
All right.
All right. Well, you guys have a good night. And we will see you soon. Nina is about to do a live, so if you are still awake and want to do after hours, she's serving after hour drinks over there at her spot.
Late night Nina.
Yeah, that's where the adult action happens. So y'all want to go to the freak offs, y'all go to Nina. Bring your own baby oil. You know what I mean?
Bring your own oil.
Y'all have a good night. Maestro, cue that music.